Yo, what's up, Orvik? Restart the client. How you doing this morning, Orvik? Stupid game wants me to use my authenticator. Yeah, I definitely feel better than yesterday. We'll see how my throat feels after talking all day. That was what kind of did it to me yesterday. By the end of the stream, my throat was scratchy. But yeah, I definitely feel better than yesterday. And yesterday I felt better than the day before. Oh wait, that's the wrong code. I was putting in the Twitch code. Here we go, Perlibus. I like that I moved all my authenticators over to the Google Authenticator. So much more convenient having them all on one authenticator. Google's obviously going to be around a lot longer than Authy probably will be. A physical one. Shit, I forgot that was a thing. It was like a fucking. That's almost like an old school pager for BDO. Pagers were so hilarious to me. Before like cell phones were mainstream, you'd have a pager and it would just be like, "This person called you," and shows you the number, and then you got to go find a phone to call them back. Yeah, I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, yeah, there was still payphones everywhere. And I remember if I was out and about with friends and all of a sudden I wanted to go stay at like a friend's house for the night, or if I was going to be a little late getting home or something like that, if I didn't keep my parents up to date, they gave me full freedom to do whatever the fuck I wanted, but they just said like, just let us know where you are, let us know where you're going. That's it. So I didn't have any money on me, right? And obviously I didn't have a phone. So I'd go to a payphone, I'd dial operator. Yeah, I'd like to make a collect call to this number. And she's like, okay, just 1 second. And then it gives you a machine, right? And it says, after the beep, please say your name. And then instead of saying my name, I'd be like, hey, it's Chris. I'm going to go over to Justin's house tonight real quick. And then my parents, they'd pick up the phone. And then I'd hear my dad pick up the phone and be like, you have a collect call from, hey, it's Chris. I'm going to Justin's house tonight. Then my dad, I'd just hear him say, okay, in the background, and then he'd hang up. He wouldn't get charged. Because after that, it would say, what was it? You have a collect call from, hey, it's Chris. I'm headed over to Justin's house tonight. Please press 0 to accept the charges. And then you just hang up because you already got the message, right? Ah, the things we used to do. Payphone is a really community thing. We lined up at that and yeah, shared the story. Yeah. Was kind of a little shithead when we were a kid too. I mean, I guess all kids are always up to mischief. There was a couple times, I'll be honest, I'm not proud of it. But kids be kids, right? But you'd dial 911 and just let that thing hang off the hook, and then you'd go run a block away and watch from like inside a bush because you knew the police had to show up and hang up the phone. Made you do community service? Yeah, I guess there was cameras in your neighborhood. Luckily, there wasn't in mine. I got in deep shit doing that at home one time though. I remember me and my friends thought it would be hilarious to just call. It was almost like a game of chicken. Who could call 911 and let it go the furthest and hang up? And then, of course, there was one time dial it, instantly hang up. And then the next guy dial it, let it ring once, hang up. And then eventually I dialed, and then someone answered, and then I hung up. And I thought like only once they answered, it registered. And then we got bored of it. We laughed, and then we left the house. All of a sudden, I get home like 6 hours later, and my parents are fucking pissed. They're like, "Did you call 911 this morning?" I was like, "No." They're like, "Well, the police came here, said 911 was dialed from here 3 times, and they had to come and look through the house and make sure that there was nothing going on." They were pissed. They were so mad. I must have been like maybe 11. I wasn't even in high school yet. They were so pissed. They were extra pissed too because my parents were big potheads, but pot wasn't legal at the time too. So they were probably worried the cops were going to find their stash. It could have actually ended up really bad for my parents because I'm sure they probably had a fucking ounce of weed somewhere. Probably just chilling under the coffee table, and all of a sudden the cops are knocking at the door and they want to look through the house. My parents probably almost shat themselves. Oh, goddamn, the stress I put them through. Holy fuck. Oh no, Orphic. He flushed it too. Oh shit. Like a scene from a movie, eh? One parent in the bathroom flushing while the other one tries to stall. Oh, fuck me. That is too funny. Nah, we live in Canada here. We don't have guns. You learn the sergeant rank? Okay, we need 177 more Herald crystals, and then we're done with these bad boys. Oh, I forgot to sell these yesterday. We're gonna have a little intermission in approximately um an hour and a half. One more day. That's right. One more day. That actually reminds me. We got no buffs on this channel. I'll check the other Valencia channels. Yeah, Cal. It is remarkable to me how many sages actually fuck up their combos. But it doesn't matter typically in a Sage 1v1 because you can kill each other in like half a combo anyways. So if this new gear actually makes it that you have to actually execute a proper full combo to kill someone, holy, some Sages are going to be cooked. And because they are so bad at accidentally capping each other. And then on top of that, like if Sages can't one combo each other, I can't even imagine what that means for tanky classes when they're fighting each other. Like at least Warrior v Warrior, there isn't any sustain. But like Striker v Striker, like it's just gonna be like taking turns, grabbing each other, get up, punch, 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 punch in the face. The other one stands up, grabs him, punch, 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 fucking taking turns. Same with Suck Zerk. I don't know what that'll mean for the tanky classes. Every round's going to HP. Yeah, yeah, it totally could, right? Just who either gets the last either little wound on each other or last little chip. Unless you use the zone to kill him, yeah. My investment came through. Well, I didn't buy many horse costumes. I was slow to the party. I honestly didn't have as much silver as I would have liked to have invested as heavily as I would have wanted. But I only had 67 of those costumes. It wasn't a big deal. I have a ton of other crons and stuff though. Oh yeah, I'm looking for bosses. Shit, I guess I need to go kill a boss. Yeah. Well, I think the intention is, right? I think technically they're making people. Apparently, Divios and Pig ran the math, or maybe Divios was saying Pig ran the math, something like that. But apparently, based off the gear, um, people are going to be approximately 10% squishier, but have double the health pool. And it would appear that the reason why they're doing that is because, like, when you're in trial gear right now, you have like an 8k health pool or something like that, or a 7k health pool, and potions are insane, right? Like, each tick is healing you such a massive chunk. So it would appear that this is to try to make it so potions aren't as. It's kind of an indirect nerf to potions, but in general makes everybody tankier. That's from what I heard. Who knows how well they did that math? I think they usually do a pretty good job. We'll see though. Tomorrow we'll find out. Shake off the rust. I did a little bit AOS last night, and man, Chakram was cooking me with his Kuno. That man was in my head. Otherwise, I was doing fucking fantastic, but man, it was in my head. How we doing on paint here? I did enter the tournament. Yeah, you're insane not to enter the tournament. It's just so many crons just for showing up. I don't even care if I get knocked out round one. Honestly, I hope I go up against Cal round one. To be completely honest, just get the hardest fight out of the way. Because if you can't win the hardest fight, then then it really doesn't matter. Calb's the man to beat. Oh yeah, I was gonna do boss. Let's see, Black Shrine. Did I already do my C10 pig? I did not. Let's knock that out. It's a lot of pressure for a round one fight. Imagine if you go against like the Suck Sage and you end up choking. You choke one round and then get hit by some bullshit in the second round, like your weapon's put away or you die in V. Shit, I didn't buff. Yeah, these rounds, like I said, like we've seen tournaments where some of the best players in a best of 3 get knocked out early because, you know, this game isn't perfect. Shit happens, and all it takes is one bad round followed by some fucked up shit, and all of a sudden you're out. You are out. That's all it takes. Yeah, once again, mind capacity, that doesn't mean shit. We had this whole conversation yesterday. My position doesn't change on it. It's a story as old as time. They always double down. We'll see in a year. But it's almost always usually just like a couple months. Yeah, there was so in the previous best in class, it was for Musa, it was in the finals, it was Suna versus Crown Chest. And Suna had CC'd him. Crown Chest had no V. He had already V'd. And Suna caught him and was about to kill him. And then Suna accidentally fat-fingered V. And then Crown Chest got up and sniffed him out of V. And Suna lost. That's the kind of bullshit that can happen so quickly. That was for the best in trials. I don't think Suna had the gear to compete with for gear at that time. Oh, fuck me. God damn it, I shouldn't have Rift Stormed. Man, Hash can cancel out of any part of Ensnaring Sand. Why the fuck can't we cancel out of any part of Rift Storm? That shit pisses me off. The animation and everything about those abilities are identical. I wonder if that was streamed on the YouTube channel, the Black Desert YouTube channel. Because if it was on Twitch, then it's obviously gone. But if it's on YouTube, it might be still there. Yeah, yours isn't as bad, though. With God Incinerator, it's just the very beginning, which usually by the time people react to you, you're out of the beginning animation anyways. It's so much worse being locked into the end animation. Because by then, people have already had a chance to see what you're doing and adjust to it. And now you're locked into it. the fuck? Why did he turn? No! No! What kind of bullshit is that? I was so out of it. I had a feeling it was gonna fuck up like that, though. I was like, oh, my toe's in there. Am I gonna get hit by the first hit? And I was like, no, I'm good. I didn't get hit by the first hit. And then fucking, just when you think you're out, it pulls you back in. Man, we fucking struggling with Pig today. Ooh. Don't you love when fucking Impaling Flash just goes through targets? I know I do. I mean, if you look at the VOD, I was clearly in the non-damage zone. Before it started damaging me. Shit. There we go. Get to the grind. Oh, Biseptimus is on this channel. I saw the thing pop up on his screen too. Yeah, it was decent time. I should be running probably a deep sea though. Not my record though. But like look at that Christianity, he's fucking cooking. Actually kinda slow. Look at all these guys. That puts me at number 5. Slow as fuck. Actually, I wonder if Leo will be signed up. I know he's an Awakened Sage. He's been playing it for a long time. It's going to be interesting to see the numbers once they get locked in tomorrow. Because today, I believe, is the last day to sign up. If you don't sign up today, you're cooked. Inkborg? I don't even know who Inkborg is. I think a lot of people are going to be like, wait, there's that few people? I'm going to get rewards just for signing up? I'm going to get 20,000 crons just for showing up? Like right now it's 30,000, right? Because the top 16 and there's only 6. So even if the numbers double, everybody's guaranteed 30,000 crons. I think a lot of people are going to be like, fuck it, I'll show up for, 10 minutes, get my ass beat and leave with 20,000 crons. Fuck yeah. Those crowns are going straight into my main hand. We'll do some clicks. Bing, 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 bing. Okay, anything else I'm missing? No. I gotta swap. Yeah, there we go. But let's assume 16 people show up. That's like what? The first round eliminates it to 8, then 4, then 2. That means you'll have to win 4 to win the champion, right? Four matches. And I would imagine the finals and the semifinals are probably best of 5. The first one's probably best of 3. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to give a bye. I don't know how that's going to work. If it's an odd number. They should give me the bye. They should just say, okay, whichever Sage has the most playtime gets the bye. Whichever Sage has the most monsters killed. One or the other. Whichever Sage is the oldest. Combination of all 3. Second per monsters killed? Are you for real? There's no shot. You don't catch me as a grinder. 7.5 million? Nah. Do you know how many monsters I've killed? Double it. Nah. It'd be cool if it actually showed how many on that character, because this is account wide, right? So, like half of those were probably killed on like my warrior or my my guardian. Oh, excuse me. Your 785 gear score. Should I pay to win it? No, that's I hate to tell you, brother, but that's a decision you got to make. I can't tell you how to spend your money and if it's responsible for you to spend your money. I don't know what your financial situation is. You know, it doesn't make sense to swipe, potentially $1,000 to try to get into the tournament just to get your ass kicked and walk away with 20,000 crons, but now you can't pay your internet bill. Or you gotta eat fucking mac and cheese for a month. Right? I can't tell you, even if that isn't the case, I can't tell you if you're gonna have regret afterwards with the money you spent. That is a decision that is entirely up to you. If you think you are an insane player, though, for your class, and you're planning on playing this game for the long haul, this is the second time ever in BDO history where they've done a tournament like this. And the last time they did it, it sounded like it was going to be the last time, because it was they basically said it was more effort than it was worth. But here we are, they're doing it again. They might have forgotten how annoying doing this was from their end, and this might end up being the official last time. They might be reminded afterwards, like, oh fuck, why did we do this again? We fucking hated this last time. So this might legit be the last time. So if you think you actually do genuinely have a chance to win, and you're planning on playing the game for the long haul, then that should certainly weigh into the thought process. I wonder if the new circle is going to push you, or if you can accidentally go out of it. Because it's going to be super annoying if you can accidentally run into the darkness, and like you stand up from a combo, you're low health, and then you go to impaling flash, and it just fucking phases through the person and sends you into the ether, and you die. You bet your house on Duke's beating Divios? Oh my god, what an amazing timeline that would be. My main problem is you don't know how much money it will take you to get that gear score. Yeah. Oh, it's going to feel even extra miserable if you dump a bunch of money and then all of a sudden you're like short. Because you have 1 day now, right? If you end up spending a bunch of money and you don't even end up meeting the requirements, and you feel like you've emptied out the piggy bank, that's going to be even more miserable. I wouldn't worry about FOMO. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. The tournament, it's cool. I like that they did such a really good reward, basically just for signing up. I think that's a good way to get more people involved. I also like that our matches are the first day, too. Sages, that is. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be fun no matter what. If you go in there just trying to have fun, it'll be so much more of a relaxed experience. If you go in there stressing about it, you're just going to increase your likelihood to choke. That doesn't mean don't try, but just go in there and have fun. No matter what, you're leaving a winner. The only losers are the people who are like, well, I'm not going to win anyway, so I'm not going to sign up. Because there's no reason not to sign up with those rewards. There's absolutely no reason not to just... Unless for some reason you're gone that day, right? Obviously, there's no point throwing 10 billion silver into the ether. But if you are available that day and you don't sign up because you're like, oh, I'm not going to win anyways, then you're just doing it for ego. You just don't want to lose on a public stage to somebody.
Give me your opinion on
this
current gear progression method that is based in RNG and gamba boxes and not rewarding your hard work towards goals.
No opinion. Sounds like you wanted to give me your opinion and you just did. Even if you know you're going to lose, it's still a good show of strength. Yeah, that's my point, right? Like, just go in there, have fun. You never know, right? You never fucking know. Some bullshit could happen. You can end up winning. It wouldn't be the first time. But yeah, if you don't sign up, but you're going to be available that day, then you're just a coward. That's all it is. If you're eligible to sign up and you don't, it means that you just have, I don't know the word for it, but for some reason you just don't want to lose publicly. Who cares? I don't care if they pair me up against the worst sage and some bullshit gets me knocked out. I don't care. I'll walk away with my 20,000, 30,000 crowns and with a big old fucking smile on my face, carrying that bag. The funny thing about that question is when you say BDO's current gear progression that is based in RNG, that's how it's always been. And nothing has changed. If anything, it's actually less RNG than it used to be. Because now you actually have a safety net with the pity system. So if anything, you can make the argument it's less RNG based, not more. And I'm pretty sure everybody has the same opinion about Gamba boxes. The only time the opinion changes is if you're somebody who is fortunate enough to have the disposable income to use them versus the people who don't or don't want to. That's the only time the opinion changes. So there isn't any new conversation to be had here that hasn't been had on the internet 1,000 times. Oh, I'd blow my nose. Oh. Yeah, people say a lot of nonsense. People want to do anything possible to try to alleviate Pearl Abyss of any praise that they could get. They always want to pretend that any good change that happens to the game is some nefarious ulterior motive that is driving it. instead of just being like, yeah, no, that was a good change. You think it crashed on me? Really? Let me take a look. Looks fine to me. Oh. No, it looks fine to me. The quality looks really bad there, though. What the hell? Oh, it's on auto quality. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I guess it automatically turned it down. But thanks for reminding me. Actually, I didn't have my Kick and YouTube chat open. I hope nobody's been talking to me on either. No, somebody typing some commands on YouTube, but otherwise nothing. Oh, there we go. Arfik fixed it. Yeah, people always want to do anything in their power to remove any praise that could go to PA for good changes. The pity system in general is a good change. It has, unfortunately, a byproduct, a negative byproduct to it. You know, pre-pity system, items felt so much more difficult and meaningful to get because, you know, you never know how unlucky you could get. And now because we have a safety net, it removes the impact of the really difficult items. But in general, it's obviously way better of a change, you know, because alleviating the stress and just the depression of failing something so obnoxiously, like such an obnoxious amount of times, is obviously a good change, right? Is IQON really good? I use it, yeah. The nice thing too is the optimization works great. And then it has the really convenient feature of applying an affinity mask without having to set up like a bat file or whatever. Just as long as you have the IQON app open when you launch BDO, it'll do the proper affinity for your processor. It's the same thing with the tag system. People will be like, oh, they just added the tag system because they want people to swipe more on costumes. It's like, really? They added the tag system because they admitted in the past that they felt weapon swap coupons were very predatory. So instead of you having to pay real money to just try another class, now you're able to do it freely. But people will try to make it seem like, oh, they just did it because they want more people to swipe on costumes. It's like, what do you think when people paid money to actually swap? Do you think they didn't buy? They felt trapped. They spent $100, and if they want to go back, they have to spend another $100. People will always do everything in their power. Not everybody, but you know, you guys know who they are. There's some people who just, they're like professional Pearl Abyss haters. They will do everything in their power to, whenever PA does a good change, they'll try to find some nefarious reason why PA did it instead of just giving them credit when it's due.
They added pity system, but they removed their choice for us to buy our gear if we wanted from CM like Black Stars and Dubos. You can't buy top end gear nowadays. We are forced to gamble with 1% and spent thousands of crons, and if we are lucky, get gains.
Well, it's not a if you get lucky you get gains, because of the pity system, right? There is no if anymore. It's now a when. It's not an if. It used to be an if. And the fact that they made gear not sellable is, once again, like, it's a good thing and a bad thing. The way you're looking at it makes it seem just like it's a bad thing. But it's also created a new environment where you don't have to worry, because everything is so directly tied to the value of crons. Gear is crash proof, right? Yeah, for one, back then, buying Pendebos and all that stuff, they weren't available on the market anyways, because they were way more expensive to make than they were ever to buy, so you couldn't buy them anyways, so pretending like they were available is kind of disingenuous. But I forgive you on that one, because you said you'd only been playing for like 5 or 6 months, so you weren't around then anyways. But yeah, none of the high-end items sold. But of the, like, the second-tier items, they were super inflated. And now, whenever they did a patch that basically created a new tier of gear back then, so for example, when they finally added the pity system and made it so crons didn't downgrade, all of a sudden Debos did become available. But you know what that did to all of the accessories that were the tier under that were also super expensive? They all crashed to non-existent values. And people, in the course of like 2 weeks, lost $1 trillion silver worth of value. That is so much more disparaging when you've invested all this time and money into like a full accuracy set, and then one patch now makes it so your $1 trillion silver is now worth like 100, maybe 200 billion silver. You've lost 800 billion silver worth of grinding. Like, that is miserable. That makes people not want to come back to the game. And this new system will prevent shit like that from happening. So, like, you can focus on just the negatives of the systems, but there's some real clear positives of the system as well. It's very clear where they go from here too, right? When they add the next set of accessories, your Karazads aren't going to be immediately obsolete. Depending on where you're at in your Karazad progression, you're obviously going to be able to exchange your Karazad for the next tier. So if you have Deck Karazad, they'll probably be like, okay, you can start at Pen. If you're at Oct, maybe they'll be like, okay, you can start at Tet, right? So they're going to be extensions of the current system moving forward. And you won't just immediately have something that becomes a paperweight practically overnight. I think the biggest negative of unsellable gear is there isn't a lot of reasons for whales to sell costumes anymore. I think the pay-to-win model functioned much better when the whales had something they wanted to buy for silver, because that created a system where there was this symbiotic relationship between the free-to-play player and the whale, right? Where the free-to-play player would go into the game, grind up the items for the whales would then swipe to sell a costume because they wanted those items. They would sell the costume to the free-to-play player. The free-to-play player would then get, 50-40% more value from that costume, because those crons are more effective than blacksmith crons, right? And then they would sell the items to the whale that the whale wants and make silver to buy the next costume. And it created this really nice transaction between series of transactions between the free-to-play player and the whale that benefited both. It made the pay-to-win benefit both. The biggest problem right now is the whales don't have enough that they need to buy with silver, and instead of buying costumes and selling them, now they're just swiping for crons themselves and not contributing anything to the free-to-play player. Or at least nearly as much. I think that's one of the worst byproducts, and it would be... But that's something that's very easy for them to address by making more things that are expensive that the whales need to buy. And it looks like they are trying to do that to some degree. Like Edonia, they made lots of reasons to grind out here for heralds and for end times and stuff, right? The whales actually have to come out here and grind for those. They can't exactly buy them, but you know they all have orders up for them. I think they need to step it a bit further for side stuff like this too, so the whales do have things that they need to swipe and sell costumes for. That's one of my biggest criticisms for how it's changed. I personally think the Karazad pities were a little bit too low, and the Sovereign pities were way, way too high. I personally think Karazad pities should have been like 50 clicks, and Sovereign should be like 100. Or maybe 150 for Dick. I mean, I would hope I know it really well, considering how much time I invest into it. You know, you would think if you do anything, how does that saying go? Something about like you become an expert in anything you put in like 2,000 to 3,000 hours in, or something like that. God, I put in way more hours of that. I mean, if I've played this game as much as I have and I was still out of touch. And you gotta remember too, some of these things are purely opinion based, right? There are some things that I notice, but there are other things like that are purely opinion, and that doesn't mean I'm right. So, I think it's important, it doesn't matter who says it. Don't treat their opinions like it's gospel, right? Since NA is free crons from market, and that makes it cost 2.2 bill always, that means NA should get 35% more crons from bit. So if EU gets 10k, NA should get 13.5k. Huh? I don't know about saying NA is free crons. Most people use vendor crons on NA now anyways, too. People don't realize the reason why EU has a harder time getting crons than NA. They don't actually understand it has a lot more to do with global economics than it actually has to do with anything in the game. Or regional economics, I guess. of all the different countries that play on EU, there's a pretty wide range of currency values and average income and cost of living. Where in NA, it's a lot more refined. You obviously have Mexico, which is pretty significantly less than the rest, but Canada's relatively close to the American dollar, and the majority of the player base is in the United States, all under one currency umbrella, right? Like if you're somebody who lives, well, although Turkey's supposed to play on MENA, if I understand correctly, but there obviously are some Turkish players playing on EU. And if they were to just think of how crazy the pay to win would go if they balance the EU Pearl shop around the Turkish lira, and it was like 30 Turkish lira per costume. Imagine how crazy the UK players could go buying costumes. A costume would be pennies on the dollar, right? How much is a pound to lira? Yeah, 1 pound for 56 lira. So basically, 1 pound would almost get you two costumes, right? So they obviously can't. They obviously have to balance the pearl shop around one of the more expensive currencies. Otherwise, uh, how much is actually? We probably should have went with the euro, not a pound. 1 second. I wonder. I don't know if the pound is close to the euro. Let's find out. Oh, it's pretty close. One euro is 48.6 lira. So it's pretty close. A little bit less. Unless it's Singapore and you play in MENA. Yeah, I haven't actually looked at the conversion. The KR Pearl shop is really interesting. At first glance, it looks insanely cheap to pay to win on Korea. Insanely cheap. When you convert US dollars to Korean won, it's like 1,000 won per dollar. And then you take a look at the pearl shop, and their costumes are like 1/6 our price, right? It's like 600 pearls instead of, or 1,200 pearls per cost. No, maybe I was right. 600, maybe whatever, right? It's like 600 instead of 3,000 for a costume. So you do those things together, and you're like, wait, that's insane. But then you go to the pearl shop, and you take a look with the conversion of Dom. Sorry, not Dom. That was the old thing of. Why can't I remember what that currency is called? What is the currency before pearls? You buy that and then you exchange it for pearls. A-coins, thank you. You take a look at how much it costs for A-coins, like, or the conversion of A-coins to pearls, and it's massively different. And then all of a sudden you do the conversion, it's like, oh yeah, KR's actually swiping approximately the same amount per costume as the US. Even though it's way less pearls, and once you convert the Korean won to US dollars and US dollars to A coins, that also seems significantly cheaper. But that conversion, they get so much less pearls per A coin. So much less. And that's where it balances out. I haven't looked at that conversion on all three of those steps for other regions. But yeah, like if you really wanted to... Like some of these other markets, I imagine. Oh, goddamn. I wonder what SA is like, too. Like, I bet if you were a North American player and you played on SA, I bet swiping is super cheap. Are the South American servers still in Florida? Because I remember they originally were. But that was when Red Fox was was doing it, right? I don't know if PA moved the server when they started self-publishing South America. One costume is $3? Shit. Maybe I should be playing on Mina. Imagine how crazy my gear could be. God damn. What would swiping do for me? Oh yeah. I guess I'd be full Nov, and maybe by now have at least one deck armor. Maybe, if I was lucky. You're right, I guess it really wouldn't have done much. I would actually have less reason to play. When it's that cheap to just swipe, there feels like there's no reason to play it. I would probably just have like full deck Preon and stuff like that too, right? Oh yeah. Every week I've managed to get at least one upgrade. I know it's coming where there's going to be a week where I get nothing and it is going to feel disparaging. I just want access to Caphra's Castle. That's it. Once I start getting that 5th stone and I know I'm at my max potential clicks per week, then I'm going to be a much more of a happy camper. But right now it pains me that I'm being held back in 2 different ways. Not only by bad luck, but the bad luck is also preventing me from getting more stones. Right? How many is it? It's 11 clicks for that. So technically, I could be 3 weeks away from 1 pen, as well as there's 8 for that. So 8 times 4 minus 3 is 21. Plus the 3, because you still need a stone when you pity it. So we're actually back to 24. Plus that 11 and 12, actually. 24, 36 stones. I mean, there is the potential that I pity the rest of my armors all the way up to Caphra's, and it takes me 36 stones, which is still 9 more weeks before I get to do Caphra's. The new emote we cooked last night was this. For some reason it's not loading. What's going on? There we go. Oh. Dude, I'm not signed into 7TV. Fucking, I swear, like, everything I was signed into signed me out. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. There we go. There, it's added. Yeah. The affordability of pay to win definitely is a frustration. The thing is, though, and this is the thing that kind of keeps me sane on the matter, is the affordability of pay to win always was a thing. It just, people had to just hire pilots to do it, and, you know, in a perfect world, people would, you know, PA would be more on top of punishing them. and put more effort into catching them. You know, no, my game's not on remastered, but I typically get pretty good FPS on remastered too. This is a pretty intense spot. Ever since they added this black smoke that goes over the lava, it negatively affects the... It's the same thing at Darkseekers when an event spawns, when a tide spawns, your FPS tanks. When you're at Ash Forest and you have the event spawn and there's all that red smoke, your FPS tanks. They need to stop doing that, because this smoke is actually so much additional load on your GPU for fucking no benefit at all. Well, there is no such thing as fixing the piloting. It's just a non-stop thing, right? Same with like cheating in any game. It's an arms race, right? It's a back and forth. They develop a cheat. They get away with cheating for a while. You then, you know, update your anti-cheat to detect that. And then those people get caught. And then the next cheat comes out. And then the next anti-cheat update comes out. And it's just this cat and mouse game back and forth. There never is fixing it. The only way you truly fix it is you do the same thing that like Korea does, where, you know, your online presence is tied to your social security number, and if you get caught cheating, you get fucking flagged and practically blacklisted off everything, right? And, you know, as much as I would like that in regards to eliminating cheating or dramatically reducing cheating on the internet, I certainly do not trust companies to have that much access over our information. I don't think the cause justifies the means, unfortunately. So I hope we never get to that. No way you're sharing your personal information to play a fucking game? Well, that's the thing, is you're not sharing it with the game. It's actually like like everything's done. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think it's all done through like your ISP. Like you're just like your total online presence gets flagged. Yeah. And yeah, in the UK, you guys are kind of going down that road right now, right? But that's for like, they say they're doing it to protect minors, right, from sexualized online content and stuff like that. But it does have a double effect of them being able to basically tie anything you do online directly to a specific person and remove some anonymity. Oh my god, I feel like fucking Dory trying to say an enemy or whatever. You know what I mean? Anonymity. Anonymity? You know what I mean? Fuck. Why can't I say that word right now? Anonymity. Holy fuck. Why can I not say that? Anonymity. Anonymity. There we go. Holy fuck. So yeah, it definitely affects that, right? Which, I mean, some people definitely take their anonymity too far, and they say some fucked up shit, right? And I don't think that there should be, like, I personally don't think the police should be showing up your door because you said something bad about somebody. But you know, there's obviously a clear line when it comes to calls to violence. And like a lot of these things can be framed that, you know, they're trying to prevent this, but it's just another step towards, you know, total control. Right? Because where's the line going to move next time? And then the line keeps moving and moving and moving, and before you know it, right? You're wondering where your freedom went. $18? I think 18's about average, isn't it? It's one thing that I always pray for, just going average luck. Oh, I just realized I forgot to grab my house buff today. You run different circles, and if you use shit, you still get clapped in PvP. Well, that's why you swipe, you get gear carried, and you stay on whatever the meta class is. Right? So you can be gear carried and class carried to make up for the lack of skill. There are some people out there who refuse to ever play a balanced class. That's why when you see this time and time again, when a class is completely busted, tons of people play it, and then it'll get a slap on the wrist, but it's enough that all of a sudden the community of Flavor of the Month players are just like, nope, the class is dead. It's so dead. It's unplayable. And then they leave. But you still have like the people who got left behind on the class that genuinely love the class. They still do well. That's also why some classes, even though, like, Awaken Nova, for example, definitely was an extremely strong class before it got nerfed. But there wasn't a ton of people playing it. There was still just a small handful because it was a class that actually required a significant amount of effort. It's actually crazy to me how them putting a forward guard on Lightning Prison and a little bit more stamina on Bolt. I swear, like, 80% of the people that rolled the Sage have already rolled off of it. There's only a small handful who have still stuck around. To them, that was just enough. And they don't realize we're still so much stronger than we were before the buffs came. I honestly think, though, that they should have changed Interrogate to a super armor. And Riftstorm should be cancelable at any point. Oh, yeah. In a lot of matchups, a forward guard on Lightning Prison is much better. Like, 1v1 against a Deadeye, that Lightning Prison forward guard is a fucking blessing. Because you would never be able to sit there in that SA against a Deadeye. They would just eat your ass up. But that forward guard now gives you that buffer. There's a lot of matchups where the forward guard is a blessing. It's mainly matchups like, I don't mind against Sork. There's other things you can do. There's always the Magnus and stuff. I think the most annoying matchup is obviously Awaken Hash, because Now you can't use Lightning Prison, which is an ability you can instantly cancel out of if you see them come in for the grab. So, and they're so good at punishing your forward guard that it makes it hard to get stamina back. Now your alternatives are to use the Magnus or Riftstorm, but because they have a ranged grab that's really quick to like close the distance and go for, and you're locked into both the Magnus and the Riftstorm, and they're like super telegraphed, it's like very easy. Like if you're in Awaken Hash, you just wait for them to either sit in a Lightning Prison too long, hit them with a block jump, or wait for them to panic and use like the Magnus or Riftstorm and you grab them. But that's one matchup, right? Like how often are you really going to be fighting hashes? Who cares if you have one matchup where they're like the rock to your scissors? I don't know about a Corsair rocking a Sage's shit. But yeah, a good Corsair can be a fight. And yeah, there's not a lot of them. But I wouldn't definitely characterize it as rocking your shit. It's so gross, people have that much time into the gear class and they lose 50% of the time to game malfunction. Game malfunction doesn't happen 50% of the time. People just don't understand why desync happens, and instead of trying to understand it, they try to alleviate themselves of accountability and act like there's nothing they can do about it. For example, and I think Sage, once again, is the perfect example of this. You'll see so many Sages when they get CC'd out of Spearbolt, they'll be like, oh my god, this game is so crap, that's a protected ability and I shouldn't have got CC'd out of it. And they don't realize they're not actually getting CC'd in Spearbolt, they're actually getting CC'd in the shock relay they did first. But because there is that communication delay on their screen, it looks like they're in the Spearbolt. But the other player's screen, they actually got CC'd out of shock relay. The perfect way to see this too, and you can see this with a lot of classes, is with the AOS replay feature, right? So if you're playing a class and you get CC'd out of a protection, go to the replay feature and watch it. And you'll see in the replay, you actually got CC'd, most likely out of the ability that you did unprotected just before then. As soon as you get out of the habit of spamming shock relay every time you Spearbolt, you'll realize that it happens significantly less to you. And you'll realize there's a direct correlation that you're just using shock relay too much. Sometimes trying to be faster isn't, but making yourself unprotected isn't the best way to go about it. People need to ask themselves, yeah, the game isn't perfect, and you're never, right? Until somebody basically develops faster than light communication, which obviously is never going to happen. Maybe never say never, but I mean, from our understanding of physics, it's never going to happen so far. Maybe one day we'll make a massive breakthrough, right? But until somebody develops faster than light communication, we're always going to have this communication gap. When our servers are servicing regions as large as like the whole of North America, as well as some people outside of it, you're going to have a communication delay between clients, and that's going to cause desync. So, when these situations happen, and this desync happens, instead of being just throwing your hands up in the air, being like, okay, well that sucks, you know, and it obviously does suck, but also ask yourself, okay, why did that happen? You know, what can I do to prevent that situation, or at least not prevent it, but mitigate it from happening, right? Minimize the amount of times that it happens to me. And there's things you can do. There's ways you can adapt that will limit the amount of opportunities for that type of situation to happen. Once again, Awakened Sage being the perfect example of that. If you're spamming Shock Relay every time you do an Aftershock or every time you do a Spear Bolt, instead of doing the protected cancels for it, right? Like Lightning Surge is now a protected cancel into Spear Bolt. And it's Super Armor once every, 5 seconds? Same with Chain Lightning, right? Is a cancel into Spear Bolt. It's protected every 7 seconds. And if you start doing these cancels instead of just always doing Shock Relay, you're going to actually find the times you get CC'd out of Spear Bolt significantly less often. Same thing with like Impaling into Spear Bolt and Aftershock. Completely seamless cancel. You'll never see yourself get CC'd out of, if you do any of those 3 abilities, except for maybe the forward guard one, right, with Chain Lightning, right? If you do a Chain Lightning and do it and somebody gets behind you just as you're getting into the Spear Bolt, then you'll still see it happen. But if they're in front of you and don't have an ability that pierces your forward guard, you'll never see yourself get CC'd out of it. But once again, and this kind of goes back to the old conversation, right? When the forward guard from Shock Relay was originally removed, Sages were so fucking mad because it was basically Awakened Sage for dummies. You had Protected Shock Relay, which canceled into every ability in the Awakened Sage kit. So you could come to Awakened Sage, and as long as you just Shock Relayed before every ability, you know, you were permanently protected. And people had to learn the proper cancels. And it filtered out a ton of Sages because, you know, they liked the easy mode Sage. I have like one more cycle I gotta do here, and then we'll have to stall for a little bit, and then I have to take a brief AFK for about 10-15 minutes. Did I not just move that? I could swear I just clicked that. Apparently I suck at clicking. There is a female counterpart to Sage. It's called Sork. Valk is the female counterpart to Warrior. Kuno's the female counterpart to Ninja. When Sage was first added to Global Lab, they had an item. Basically, you know the book on Global Lab that you have to use to activate your awakening? Well, they didn't actually have that named at first, and it was called male underscore Sork underscore O2, that item. But yeah, there's a lot of classes in the game that have female-male counterparts. Believe it or not, DK's the female counterpart to Zerker. Figure that out. Sork's apparently in a pretty good spot right now. WS thinks it's going to actually crush this season of Solaire. I guess that starts next week too, doesn't it? The new season of Solaire. I'm actually going to play a bit more this season. Last season I was completely checked out because I was like, I'm going to wait till Sage gets nerfed. I don't want to get used to this. But I think it's safe to say now that they're starting all this stuff up, they're not going to nerf Sage anymore. I think it's it'll also be some good practice leading up to the tournament, even though it might feel completely different. Certainly when you're in a 3v3 environment, it helps with situational awareness a lot more, which is obviously beneficial for 1v1s. If you can keep track of 3 people, it's obviously much easier to keep track of 1. It'd actually be kind of cool this season to get top 100 and get a Solaire outfit for Savior. Because I am seriously planning on fucking around with that class. I've always said if they ever add like a paladin like class that it doesn't have a lance, I'm there for it. And Savior looks like it might be like that. A female holy paladin, yeah. Or like a female ret paladin, retribution paladin. Ooh. Right. I used to play ret paladin on WoW all the fucking time. That's what I got gladiator on when I played WoW. Previously, like every game I ever played, I'd like the 99% chance if there was paladin available, I'd play paladin. Even in like all the Baldur's Gates games, my main character was always a paladin. WoW was a paladin. And in games where there wasn't a paladin, I'd try to play classes that were similar to it. I love the fact that Scholar wasn't a male dwarf. I'm honestly so bored with people asking for these classic archetypes for classes. I'm so bored with it. People just want like your classic dwarven mace class, your classic necromancer, like maybe I'm kind of guilty with it right now, right? I kind of want that classic paladin, so I guess I'm equally as guilty for it. I don't care if PA puts a twist on it, though. I made my splendid stones. I made 2 of my 3. I managed to buy the life one, but I made both the destruction and the protection. I like that PA tries to put their own unique twist on classes. I paid for my gladiator. For real? Or are you just playing? I see the Kappa Ross. Hell no. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the comp that I played with, that I got gladiator with, was season 2, and it was a subtlety rogue, ret paladin, and a discipline priest. That was our 3v3 team.
Damn Neptune's catching strays.
Yeah. We fucked around with that comp a bit too, where we replaced the subtlety rogue with an affliction warlock, and that was really strong too. Because between like stun, repentance, fears, it was like, and silence, it was really annoying for the other team's healer to be trying to keep their allies. I think the thing that was the healer that was the most difficult to deal with was like druids, right? Because they could throw up a bunch of regenerations, and as long as they had them up while they were CC'd, you know, they would still be doing the healer. But it kind of forced them to make sure that they constantly had regens up on like practically everybody else on their team, and it was really intensive on their mana, because, you know, they had to be prepared if they all of a sudden got hit with like a massive CC chain and their trinket was down. I can't believe we're almost at 11%. We're gonna hit 11% today. Played some more PoE 2 last night. Managed to alleviate my mana problems. I ended up just swapping that ring that I wasn't too happy with to one with a fuckload of mana on it. And some other good stats, cast speed, all res, etc. But that helped a lot. And then I also noticed instead of getting mana regen, I found a mana efficiency node that I was already right next to. And I was like, shit, you know, this will actually be way more effective than stacking on more mana regen when I already have a bunch, since, you know, individual pools are additive with each other, but different pools are multiplicative with each other, right? So grabbing those 3 mana efficiency nodes end up being so much more effective than getting more mana regen elsewhere, and have largely eliminated my mana issues. Ingenuity belt. My belt is actually really crappy right now. I don't know what it is about belts and gloves. I can't really find like really good rare ones. Even like the super expensive ones, they just kind of seem meh stat-wise. So I probably should look into maybe get like some interesting uniques for those. What does the Ingenuity belt do? It buffs your ring slots? What? How much is that belt? I bet it's fucking expensive. Well, I don't know. I guess uniques are usually not that bad, unless it's like crazy rare. Because my rings are actually pretty solid now, and if it buffs all the stats on rings, fuck. That's probably way better than my, that'll be like a buff damage-wise and survivability-wise. It'll probably be a wash survivability-wise, but also be a damage buff, because I don't really get much damage, if any damage, from my belt. Shit, maybe I'll log on PoE. After this, in about 10 minutes here, I gotta go AFK, but I don't have enough time to do like another full cycle. Maybe I'll quickly log on PoE and take a look at that Ingenuity belt. I have a nice little buffer on some resists, and I know my rings have all resist and cast speed on them. If my cast speed, my all res, I'm pretty sure I still have plus life on my belt too, which is a completely useless stat for me now. I think I also have plus chaos res, which is useless on my belt right now too. That might be a fucking sick upgrade, actually. If I could get a good one that has... I imagine the ones that are 30% are probably going to be really expensive, and the 20% ones will probably be relatively cheap. Right now, I don't have the balls to vol my gear. I'm so tempted to val my gear to get extra sockets and stuff, but I'm so worried about bricking some of these items. Stage damage this season was this. Yeah. Oh, you finished off Danny with that Radiant. This must have been last night. Because I was playing with Norelio and Divios a little last night. I guess Danny dipped. Both evasion and DR. Wait, are you wearing 4? Wait, what do you mean both evasion DR? You're full glass. Okay, I was gonna say if you're running fucking, I know. Some people will run that 8 Whom build for just like the gig amount of defensive stats, and I was like, if you're doing that much damage like that, goddamn. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that you're probably running 2 Elcars. I think Elcars are too good to give up. Sure, running the I can't remember the name of the special attack damage ones. Like those are great when you're fighting DR people, but they're like maybe a 5% increase in your damage. It's not massive, but it's something, right? But when you go up against, you're actually running Securas and you're doing that much damage to evasion. What the actual fuck? I don't think they were running that much evasion. There's no way Divios was running that much evasion then. Do you still have the fight in your history? Let me see what he's wearing. I can't remember if you can actually show that all in one click. I guess I could see what he was running in the matches I was fighting him with. Actually, wait. He's running the 8 Whom setup. Oh wait, he's running 7 Whoms. Shit. Never mind. Okay, I'm actually curious. We are going to swap characters. I'm going to log on to PoE too real quick. You guys can't see it though. And then I have to go AFK for about 10-15 minutes. Before we touch the ground? Yeah. Enlightened bolt catches are so crazy because you already now have your DP shreds up on the target, and you have that little bit of airtime as well. I need to minimize the tray. Sorry, guys. It's gonna look like the game's paused for a second. My PoE is having taking a while to load everything while the game isn't minimized to tray. Damn it, it's taking forever to load. Still loading, still loading. Game's competing with resources. I've never had BDO minimized to the tray while streaming, while trying to load PoE. It's taking forever just to get into my fucking hideout. Oh, damn it. It's taking so fucking long. There we go, finally. Okay, let's see. You called it Ingenuity, right? Ingenuity Utility Belt. Let's see. Let's see. 27 bonus from left ring. 25 right ring. Reduce charm charges gain. Increase charm charges used. Oh, so it affects your charms a bit, right? Oh, but some of your flasks is used instantly. So I got to get one with at least 2 charm slots. Actually, I'm seeing like some for only 1 Chaos Orb. This one has intellect on it too from the corruption. 26 and 24. Yeah, these are pretty cheap. Okay, let me see what's on my belt. I actually have barely any resists on my belt. I actually have, even without the benefit to the resists on the rings, I'll still end up with more. Yo, this is actually sick. This is actually fucking perfect. I wonder what are all the things that corruption can put on it. Yeah, because I have, like, my belt is actually so fucking bad right now. Holy crap. I could unequip it and it would probably have no effect on my build. I could go with an empty belt slot. I want one with at least 25 of both. And 2 charm slots. By the way, I noticed some items, some uniques, they have like this shimmering, like green, blue, pulsing yellow thing going on with them. What's up with that? What does that mean? What's a foil? From Reliquary? See, that still doesn't mean anything to me. What does it mean on the item, though? I'm not. You already hit the bank?
The bank doesn't open till 9:30.
I thought you were going to go there first. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Oh, okay. So it doesn't really affect the item at all. It just makes it look cool. Gotcha. Okay, I don't really have time to window shop right now, but it looks like these are like plentiful. Plentiful, and they're not even that expensive. I saw one here with plus armor on it. I wonder if there's one where you could get like, yeah, this one has 24% increased armor. It'd be cool if I could get one with like plus energy shield. I could probably use the filter. Let's see, energy total to maximum energy shield. No, no results found. Percent total to maximum energy shield. Yeah, that exists. 5 chaos starting and up. That's probably what I'll aim for. And then try to find one with good percentages. Shit. Yo, thanks for telling me about this. I'm going to actually do this later, though. I got to go AFK right now, though, you guys. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Be right back. Yo, what's up? Good morning, everybody. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, I should have closed PoE. I actually want to quickly window shop for that thing right now. Very briefly. Let's see if it loads quicker now. Sounds are off again. What do you mean sounds are off? Oh, never mind. Sounds are off. Let's see. Oh yeah, I restarted my PC last night for a Windows update, and I guess I need to set the thing for those to start with Windows again. I had it turned off for a while. It should be working now. Here. 1 second, I'll bonk myself for you. And bonk. It's weird when I run it, I can't actually spam run it the same way you guys can spam redeem it. Okay, so ingenuity belt. Let's see, and I wanted to get energy shield percentage. Let's see, try to get at least 20% of that. It scales to 25. Oh wow, I can even filter out the Oh my god. I found one. 20% energy shield, 27 left ring, 26 right ring, 6 divines. Okay, maybe I'm being a little too restrictive. Let's see what happens if I relax that a little bit. I'm too broke to be paying that much. Oh, damn it. Now these cheap ones are all fucking 1 charm slot, 1 charm slot, 1 charm slot, 1 charm slot. I need at least 2 charm slots. Here we go. Ooh, 30% left ring, 23 from right, 22% energy. Wait, this might be better than the other one. Is the video frozen? It is, because video is minimized to tray right now. Here, now that I'm actually in PoE, I can actually do this. And then I don't have to worry about people chirping. Okay, maybe... Fuck. I mean, the max energy shield. I already have so much max energy shield. Can I see, like, the cumulative total that I have from all my nodes? Without having to manually add it all up? Maybe in the character window. Just says maximum energy shield. It doesn't say the total energy shield percentage I have. Because 20% on the belt isn't going to actually be 20%. It's probably going to end up being more like 2%, to be completely honest. I guess I'll have to manually add it up. I can't find anywhere to see it all. I bet if I use that Path of Exile thing, I can't remember the thing Kinjar told me about. Okay, we got 30 from that. That's 60. 90, 130, 150, 170. $200, $250, $60, $70, $80, $310. So 310 percentage. So another plus 20. Plus you have your 100% base. So yeah, it's only gonna be like 5% more energy shield, which I guess is something. Strength is garbage, armor is garbage, life is garbage to me. Maybe grab a resistance that I might be low on, so it gives me a little more flexibility with other gear slots resistance-wise. But I'm about to gain a good chunk of res. I think I'm just going to get a cheap one for now that I think about it. I don't really want to invest in a medium one. That's only really going to be slightly better. I'll just go a relatively cheap one and then get an expensive one later. Actually, looks like the energy shield is what makes it expensive. Oh, here we go. Ooh, here's a good one that isn't corrupted. Maybe I grab it and corrupt it myself and it turns into a god tier one. Or I throw away 10 chaoses. Wait. Kanjar, are you there? Or are you guys? If you have charms that hold a maximum of like 40 charges but consume 40 charges, since this belt increases the amount of charges you use, doesn't that effectively make those charms unusable? Because they're going to use more charges than the charm has. Which means I have to have charms with increased charm capacity or charge capacity before I equip that shit. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose those charms, which could be catastrophic, or at least for my freeze one. I guess he's not here. I don't have a backup freeze one either. Yeah. Can you guys hear me? I guess Kanjar's not here. Yeah, I really don't want to be able to be frozen. So I might have to get a new freezing charm first. Because I don't think you can buy charms off the market, can you?
Me strong. Me smash mouths. Me repeat. Me listen to old man. Me will be up today.
Okay. I'll just worry about this later. I'm wasting time. Sorry, chat. Get back to the grind. Oh, did the AOS season start in Japan? Is that why Armin's playing on there? That would make sense. They probably had their maintenance already, right? Or is he playing in Korea? I don't know. Ooh, Bond, let's go. Yo, what's up, Toxic Misery? How you doing? Hey, my earrings are breaking. What the hell? Are my earrings not branded? No, they are. I guess it's been that long since I repaired.
Did someone say peanut butter?
Fucking love peanut butter. Peanut butter is so damn good. Oh, he's doing customs. Oh, it even says in his title too, Japan top 100 customs later. Hello, I have a newbie question. I do wear a TED distortion earring and a pen kabosha. I want a Deboreka one, but kind of expensive for me now. What earring can you recommend to buy to replace kabosha? And later I will farm for Deboreka set accessories. That's really all there is now, right? Either you transition into Karazad, or you stick with what you have until you can get debos. There isn't really any other options. There's a lot less gear diversity than there used to be in the game. Now it's kind of more like your build is determined more through like crystals and light stones. But the actual gear path is, you know, pretty static. Djama, are you still here? Sorry, I missed your message initially. And Mazen, I currently don't have anything. Well, I have my Guardian tag, but just to give it XP. I don't actually play my tag. Sorry, guys. Buy Ted or Pen? That kind of depends on you. How far into the Karazad process do you want to go, right? If you obviously farm for Pen Debo, you can immediately exchange it for Nov Karazad. But for new players, I mean, they don't like to have to wait, you know, weeks before they can actually do an upgrade. They want more incremental upgrades. So I think there is some value to just the play experience, even though it may not necessarily be the most efficient. And I don't know whether or not it is, because I don't really pay attention to those markets anymore. I'm long past them. But there's definitely some value to just having like incremental upgrades that are happening every other day or every couple days instead of having to wait weeks for an upgrade. And that's kind of more of like, if you're a patient person and you don't mind waiting a couple weeks, then it's probably more efficient to wait for Pen Debo. But if you don't, if you want more like immediate things to work on, then just saving up for a Tet Debo and then exchanging it for Pen Karazad is obviously going to be more conducive to that. I don't recommend that at all. If you plan on doing that, I highly recommend not wasting any money on Karazad. Because that's just money. Any money you sink into a Karazad, if you're just going to buy a Pen Debo later to replace it, to convert it to Nov Karazad, that means all the money you've invested into that Karazad is not going to be a paperweight sitting in your storage. Which is silly. It shouldn't be that way. You should be able to melt down like higher enhanced Karazads. Yeah, but I still don't recommend throwing away silver to do it, just to do the boss weeklies. And yeah, you probably don't have the gear to be doing a Dania boss with just a tech Karazad either. Think you're putting the cart ahead of the horse there. And wasting silver in the process. Yeah, it's still not worth throwing silver away for, though. I definitely don't recommend to anybody making a Tet Karazad and then later buying a Pendebo to just immediately exchange it for a Nav Karazad, because once again, that Tet Karazad that you sunk silver into now is just sitting in your storage, value that you'll never get back unless they end up patching it. But there's no sign on the horizon that they plan on doing that yet. I don't recommend throwing away your hard grind hours into the abyss. It doesn't matter how hard you grind. An hour is an hour. Whether you do all of those hours consecutively one day or you do those hours across a week, it's still, you know, relatively the same amount of hours you're throwing away. I just don't recommend throwing away grind hours because of FOMO. And that's exactly what that is. Now, if you plan on enhancing your Karazads anyways, then just go the Karazad route, right? And enhance it. Like I said, some people like those smaller incremental gains. Even if they know it's less efficient, it makes the game more fun knowing that every other day, you know, they could be getting an upgrade instead of having to wait weeks before upgrades just to chase efficiency. But that's more of a playstyle preference thing. And that's really what it boils down to. Yeah, and we're not talking about you, right? That man asked me for advice. What do you... And I told him the options. Yeah. I'm almost out of paints too. I have 9K left. This message won't go away unless I share it. Is there no way to just cancel? There's no X or something? Damn, if you just popped your last 10K, that means you've been grinding about as much as I have. Because I'm on my last 10K right now, too. Are you a grinder? Oh. I wonder if Tenebron burns it faster. Why not using the house AP buff? Because I keep forgetting to pop it, and then I start another cycle. I keep telling myself that I'm going to pop it after the next cycle, and then I forget. I get distracted with something else. But I intend on going and grabbing it after this next frog. Will I make it to this week's castle? I have no idea. We'll see how my clicks go. The luckier I get, the more likely I am to.
Why isn't there a pregnant Barbie doll? Ken came in another box.
Probably is a pregnant Barbie doll. There's no shot they haven't marketed that at least once. A diabetic Barbie? Shut up. The thing is, I don't doubt that. Is that fucking bad? What a good day. Yo, is it a good day? Oh, you woke up and you gained 600 bill. Shit, gained 600 bill? The fuck? How many boxes did you buy? How much were they a pop again? Let's see. According to my math, you gained 490 bill. Although I just assumed it was a 40% because I was too lazy to do the exact math. They made it better than Kron's. How much was it for a full box again? I can't remember. I had the thing open last night. Let's see if I can find it. I know it was approximately 500, but I'm going to find the exact number. Okay, here we go. Stay on the website for this region. So 99, 198, here we go. 99 plus 198 plus 132 plus 66 is a total of 495 crons per box at... Where'd my calculator go? There we go. So 1090, or sorry, 1.9 million divided by, what was that, 495? Is 2.202 per cron. That's what I came up with. And then a normal costume box, a premium box is $9.90. Here we go. Let's see. 2020 divided by 993 is 2034. Yeah, technically it is slightly more valuable, eh? That's about 170 mil. Wait. I fucked up one of these numbers for sure.
What do you call a movie
Wait, why
about
do I
a
have...
fish with cancer?
Oh, okay, never mind. I fucked that up. 1 second.
Fighting chemo.
Ah, that's where I fucked up. No, it's almost the exact same value. Buying costume crons is 2 million. Sorry. Yeah, 2,034,000 silver per cron. And the costume crons for horses is 2,060,000. So it's only a difference of 26,000 more per cron, which is, I mean, it's something. I mean, it's obviously a difference. That technically makes it more expensive, though, not less expensive. You technically pay a little bit more per cron. Because then once you compare the conversion to what you would have paid with vendor crons, right, the gap is actually smaller, not larger. Yeah, so here, I'll pull up my calculators here, right? Unless I... Here, let me pull up all the windows. Let's see, window capture. Actually, I'll probably do a display capture here. Which one's my main monitor? Primary monitor, right here, boom. Right, so I added these together because these are the horse ones, right? And then these are like sailing and wagon. So I added all these together for the total of 495 crons. I think I did that correctly. I came up to 495 by adding these together. And then I took the cost of the costume. So this is how much a horse costume costs, divided it by 495. And that's how much you paid per cron right there. And then this is what costume crons are, right? Premium costume cron is this divided by 993. So that means that costume crons are technically more efficient than horse crons, but it's such a minor amount. It's such a minor amount. But this is, yeah. Effectively what you paid per cron. And then because now you don't have to buy vendor crons, you've stretched that money even further, right? You've added almost 50% value to the crons. That's where the real savings are, right? Not having to use vendor crons. That's why we all buy these crons. So you effectively saved. Let's pull up another calculator here. You've effectively saved. Well, you said you bought 700 costumes, right? Times 495 crons per costume. And then you're now getting 3 mil per cron instead. And then subtract your input. No, I guess I should do that separately. Let me pull up another calculator again. So your input would have been, you said you bought approximately 700 at what is that, 1 bill? There you go. So that was your cost. So then we subtract 714. That was how much you paid for those boxes. There we go. There you go. So you're up 325.5 billion silver. That's how much you earned by not having to use vendor crons. Pretty damn good, man. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Oh yeah, house buff, house buff, house buffs. See? See, big head? This is why I always forget. I get distracted with shit. Aren't deep seas more available again? Oh, never mind. No, they are not. That's all I use my war tokens on? Yeah. And I want to save my war tokens for loot scrolls. With how much I grind. By the way, why do you have so many wagon costumes? Did you buy a fuckload of them sometime? Morning, Gripkill. I have Elway. And you bought a costume for each wagon? I am really curious as to why. I have some extra horse costumes that I have on other characters that I've accumulated over the years too. That I'm just gonna melt those down as well, because like when it comes to the new horses, the mythical horses, I just like the non, like the saddle is all right, but like, and the stirrups, but like a lot of this stuff, I feel like they just cover the horse and remove some of its glory. You know, I like seeing the horse in its au naturel state, you know, in its birthday suit. There's no reason to cover the horse? True. I actually have the Bugatti. I completely forgot I have that one. Do I have it on this character? Like, I have this, like, Orzekiel binding and stuff. Does it? It must not. Huh. I know I have it somewhere. The search function must not show like your horses and stables and stuff. I'm gonna have some leftover turkey soup for lunch. Nice and quick to make. Pop a little bowl of that in the microwave. Oh fuck! Oh! Shit! That was close. Yikers! $255 AP. I don't know what the 800 is. What do you mean 255 to 800 and 350 DP? Those are widely different numbers. If you go to the Monster Zone information, this is a pretty good source for finding like what grind spots are appropriate for your gear level. Yeah. Yeah, consoles, they're speedrunning your content right now. They're giving you guys so much because they're trying to catch you up. And it's obvious if you take a look at the latest earnings report that just came out this month or at the end of last month. It looks like they're working towards cross-platform. You take those two things combined, right, them saying cross-platform compatibility and the fact that they're trying to catch up console to us by the end of the year, I think it's very clear those go hand in hand and they're referring to Black Desert. I think we're all going to be playing together pretty soon, which is pretty cool. My biggest criticism of console was how far behind you guys have been, and I felt like they were doing you guys dirty. I guess that's kind of frustrating to people who had console accounts and abandoned it to come to PC, and now they're going to make it cross-platform. That's kind of frustrating for them, I guess. But what you going to do? That's just the way she goes. A lot of games are proving cross-platform is becoming better. Well, especially in the case of MMOs, right? Like, MMOs are always about community. It kind of snowballs. The more people you have playing together, the more fun people have, the more interactive the game feels. And, yeah, it just snowballs. It creates a better environment for everybody. I think we're going to end up seeing like this this divide to this competitive nature where you have like let's say they do manage to accomplish this, right? Because that's another thing. They could say they're doing this and it could look like they're doing it and it might come time to do it and they're like, oh shit, we're having issues with it. We unfortunately can't do it. But let's assume for a second everything does go through and it does happen. I think it's going to be like the old server merge when you had the 3 servers. Like on NA it was Eden, Orwin, and Uno. There was like this huge competitive drive to show which server had the stronger guilds. And when they combine console, I don't know exactly how many console players there are, but it'll be interesting to see like the best console guild, how well it fits into our environment. Who knows? Maybe it fucking dominates every NA guild, right? Or maybe not, right? But there'll certainly be something to prove. I wonder like, how is that going to play out in environments too, like Siege? Like, because there's obviously a very big hardware difference between like a modern PC versus like the latest console. What's that going to mean in a Siege when there's 500 people for the console players? Is it going to just be completely unplayable for them? Because as far as I'm aware, they still don't have Vel because it doesn't function properly on console. But console client also has FPS equals DPS. Everything has that and nothing has that. That's a misunderstanding. And it's such a... I really should just do a video on it sometime explaining how FPS affects inputs. And it's not something that's BDO exclusive. It's legit every single game. That's just how PCs work. That it waits for the next frame to be drawn before it will initiate an input. You press a button on your keyboard, and it waits till the next frame is drawn to do the input. That's just how that's just how PCs work. So, the higher your frame rate, the more opportunities you have for inputs every second, right? For example, if you're getting 50 FPS, that means you can only do an input in 20 millisecond intervals, max. Where if you have 100 FPS, you now have 10 millisecond intervals. If you have 200 FPS, you now have 5 millisecond intervals, right? And that's true for every single game. Now, the reason why this isn't as impactful with other games, because there's other games that, for example, will have like a queuing system and a global cooldown, right? WoW, for example, right? So you'll queue the ability, it'll wait for the global cooldown to finish, and then it does the input. But when you have faster, more fast-paced games,
and especially on classes that have more cancels, then those inputs mean, you know, since you are trying to very precisely, like if you do an ability and the damage comes out in the middle of the ability and then you can cancel the wasted animation at the end, like the linger, and immediately go into the next ability, then trimming down that input time will effectively speed up your combo, right? Because now you're not wasting animation time doing
useless animations. And Warrior was one of the best culprits of this situation because it had a ton of cancels and a pretty solid amount of wasted back-end animation time that you could cancel out of. That's why the difference between a high FPS Warrior in the past versus a low FPS Warrior could be a pretty significant difference in animation time, right? You could get more abilities in your combo, which effectively meant more damage.
Stupid I was.
These days, like a lot of people, almost nobody's running around with 20, 30 FPS like this was a bigger conversation back in the day. Like back in the day, some people were running around with 200 and some people were running around with 30 FPS. And obviously a difference like that is much more consequential, right? But these days, you know, people are running around in most situations, or at least in 1v1s where you're actually comboing somebody. I doubt many people are under 100 FPS these days. And the benefits of that shit diminishes quite rapidly. Because when you have a difference of somebody running 30 FPS and someone running 200 FPS, their reflexes and their own reflex time is obviously going to be in comparison to the input delay of the lower FPS, the difference is going to be smaller now, right? The difference between those is going to be smaller. But there comes a point where your input delay, right, your reaction time, your situational awareness is going to be significantly more impactful than going from 200 to 400 FPS. Because now, in order for you to take advantage of going from a 20 millisecond input delay down to like a 3 millisecond input delay is going to be, you know, significantly smaller. As much as everybody likes to think they're god tier gamers, turns out most people are average, and that difference is going to be completely inconsequential to their effectiveness. What if the average is god tier? Yeah. There's whole videos too on how FPS affects input delay in all games. I recommend watching it. It'll make you understand that this isn't a BDO only thing. BDO just happens to have an environment that's affected by it more than other MMOs because so many other MMOs are so slow paced. Hey Kanjaro, I got a question for you. You were AFK when I got back. That Ingenuity belt increases the amount of charges used on a charm. And some charms, like, they have a maximum of 40 charges, and a use uses 40 charges. Does that mean that that charm is now unusable? Because you can never get enough, like, that means you basically have to have charms with increased max charges, right? If you want to use them. Or is it impossible for it to go over? There's no such thing as an evasion or DR boots anymore. Sovereign gear is just the best of both. It has all the evasion and all the DR. And when it comes to the old boss gear, just choose DR. It's impossible to have enough evasion now for it to be impactful at that gear level. They honestly need to just go and combine the old armors too. Because all it does is create confusion and make people... There's the right choice and the wrong choice. There isn't diversity. So, and the right choice is going just DR armors, because the evasion gear at the Fallen God level now is completely worthless. It's practically worthless at every level now, to be completely honest, but even more so there. They really need to just combine the old armors, because all it does is just make new players who make the wrong decision weaker than they need to be, and it's just going to make them upset. Pets? Are my pets getting low? They are getting low. Appreciate you. Shut up, John. No, you don't. By the way, you guys, yesterday I found out you can actually go through and remove the Founders Badge from people. And there's a maximum of 25 Founders Badges you can have in the channel. Now, unfortunately, like, there was a bunch of people who had the Founders Badge from way back in the day that, like, never came back to the stream. They were there once. They didn't even type a single message. And I was like, you know what? I want them on more notable people. But if the person is currently subbed, you can't remove their Founders Badge, which is fair, right? And if you remove the Founders Badge from people, they can never be eligible for it again. So I gotta be careful who I remove it from, right? So I was going through, there was very obvious people who have never come back. They were here like once ages ago, and I started removing their Founders Badges, and I was hoping some of the big names of you guys would pop up. But it just randomly picks names of people who are subbed, and the list started becoming populated with people who are currently subbed, or people who at some point have been subbed for an absurd amount of weeks, and I can't in good conscience remove the Founders Badge, or ever them having future eligibility for the Founders Badge just to try to squeeze you in. But as I was doing it, Kinjara's name popped up. I was happy about that, because that man's been here and been subbed forever. He certainly deserves it. I was hoping, Valkia, your name was going to pop up, but it didn't pop up. John, both Johns. There was a bunch of you guys. I was hoping your name was going to pop up. But it's like completely random. So I wish I could assign that without removing eligibility. Because, like, if you've been subbed to the channel for as long as some of you guys have, and you're here every day hanging out, I wish I could just assign it to you guys. Rep ended up in the list. A Beefy Pounder ended up in the list. So there's going to be some new people. I know Demos is in the list. Arc was in the list. Demos and Arc. They're both not subbed now, but they come here all the time and hang out. And they've had times where they've been subbed for an absurd amount of time. There's some old people who haven't been here in a long time, but at some point they've been subbed for like 60 weeks. And like in the case of two of them, they've been here forever. Like they were super, even though they haven't been back in a long time, they were super supportive for like the first 6 years, and I cannot in good conscience remove their Founders Badge. I would be so upset with myself if they ended up coming back. And because, you know, maybe one day they do become interested in BDO, or I end up moving to a game that they are interested in at some point in the future, and I'd feel so bad them losing their Founders Badge and never being able to get it back. It's really silly how Twitch has that Founders Badge system set up. It should be like VIPs where you can just assign it. I think it's... Actually, I don't know. I'll have to Google it. I want to say 50. For some reason when you asked that, 50 came to mind immediately, but maybe it is 25 as well. I know it's not unlimited. So far, of all the map bosses in PoE 2, the monkey boss is the only one that scares me. Because now I'm getting to a high enough map level that if I have, like, added elemental damage to enemies' attacks, it might get to the point where it could one-shot me. It's starting to get dangerously close. And all it takes is one slip. So I'm thinking, like, I think the monkey only pops up on like 2 different map types. So I'm going to avoid those, I think. Like Riverside, I think, for example, is one of them where you'll fight the monkey boss. You've never seen the Pinnacle fights, though? No, I haven't actually done any of those yet. If this character dies, I'll probably just keep playing it and try to get to those, because, like, I usually just stop as soon as my hardcore character dies. I've been really liking this build that I've been doing, though. It doesn't kill as fast as some of these other builds where people look like they're just walking through maps, just one-shotting everything, but... No. They probably aren't doing that on hardcore, though. Yeah, you're probably right. I did my first level 11 map. If you're using a 40-40 on a charge and get the belt, that makes you use more charges. You won't be able to use that charm. I had a feeling. So I have to get a charm that uses less charges or has a higher charge capacity. Or are both. I don't know if you can get both on the same one. Fuck, that means I can't use the Ingenuity belt until they replace my freeze charm. My stun charm is fine because it actually has that. Plus, it's a charm that has 80 charges, but typically only uses 40 per use. Yeah, because that would suck. Dump a bunch of money into that belt, go in, get frozen, and then instantly fucking die. Getting chain frozen can be so fucking dangerous. Sometimes you walk around the corner, and a bunch of fucking range mobs just blast you, and then all of a sudden, right, you're either stunned or frozen, depending on their affixes. So having those charms are really nice for those random moments like that. So that means I notice you can't buy charms from the market. At least I haven't been able to find it. Is there a spot where you can actually buy? Like, do people list charms? Can you find them somewhere on the market? Did you play PoE 2 at launch when freeze builds are insane? I didn't know. I'm playing a freeze build now. I can't imagine if they were stronger, because I actually feel pretty strong. And like the primary reason I'm having such crazy mana problems, not so much anymore. I've alleviated it quite a bit, and that Ingenuity belt I think is going to completely finish resolving it. But I have like +5 cold on my wand. I have +3 all on my focus. I have +2 all on my neck. So I have like what is that? +10 skills level on my spells. So, like, that dramatically increases the cost. I'm doing a Frost Nova build. I think you can. They're just technically listed as flasks. Really? Okay, I might be able to solve my issue then, and then I can get that belt. Because, yeah, I saw that, and I was like, wait a minute. That'd suck not noticing that. Run into a freeze map, instantly get frozen, and fucking die on hardcore. Yeah, and that makes sense too. I didn't think of checking that, because when you have the flask storage tab, your talismans go in there too. So, that makes sense. Okay, cool. I should probably just try to buy replacement flasks and stuff. Because my flasks are... I mean, I guess I don't really need a life flask. Because I have Chaos Inoculation. I don't know if maybe there's a unique flask I can use for the life one. Because the life one has no value to me. Maybe I can find like a unique one that'll actually have value for some reason for a Chaos Inoc build. I was also wondering, I noticed some mana flasks will have like a ton of mana recovery, but it consumes some life. I wonder if you're running a Chaos Inoculation build, if you accidentally use one of those flasks, if it instantly kills your character. I bet it does. It will? Oh, god damn. Could you imagine? Holy. You're just doing your thing and all of a sudden you fucking die. You don't realize. Maybe you accidentally equipped the wrong potion or something. That would be miserable. It'd be so fucking confused. So far, in regards to maps, I feel like the most dangerous thing is like when you're closing one of the abyssal holes, and like 3 of the elites pop out, and one of them's undying, and then the other ones have like some crazy affixes too. That undying is the most dangerous thing. When you have to kill one specifically, and everything else is getting in the way of your attacks. Ooh, look at us. We're about to hit 11% chat. I still haven't added any of that diluted stuff to my amulet too. I still can't decide on what node I want. The main node that I'm eyeballing now is a node that's in like the southeast side of the tree that reduces the movement speed penalty when attacking spells and reduces the effectiveness of slows on you. That seems like a pretty good node to get. Do you already have the 404 and you need the stone to get your item? When you pity an item, it shouldn't require another stone. gonna be you tonight. Yeah, I gotta do. I don't know, man. I am half tempted to do it tonight, but I also like doing it for you guys. I mean, at least the misery is content for you guys. One of these weeks it's gonna turn around. Yo, what's up, J-Sep? Maybe this is the week where old man Zeth gets carried and I bounce back. I go 4 for 4. The probability of succeeding all 4 of my clicks is like a 1% chance. But maybe I do it. Yeah, that's all it is, right? Singing Hobo, that's what I'm holding up for. Like I said, I don't really care so much. Once I can start doing Kafra's, the latest castle, and I start getting all the stones every week. Obviously, I'd prefer to be lucky, but at least I know I'm at my max capacity of potential gain, right? Getting the 5 stones. It's just annoying being gate kept away from that 5th stone because of bad luck. But every week now, I'm potentially 1 week away. Because now I'm only 4 DP away, so who knows? I could go 4 for 4 tonight and then Kafra's next week, baby. And then, yeah, the later clicks, right? When people have like 20, 30, 40 potential pities and like a 10% chance to succeed. All it takes is like 2 lucky clicks in a row and all of a sudden I go from being behind to back ahead. And that can happen to anybody. Yeah, 1 armor has to hit pen. I have 1 tet, right? So I'd have to hit all 3 to tet and hit 1 to pen with my 4 stones. So I am always, from now on, I'm potentially 1 week away from Kafra's every week until I get the 4 DP. Honestly, I'm just happy getting 1 DP a week now, to be honest. I just don't want there to be a week where I get nothing. And I know it's eventually coming. I just like to see the needle move. second. After this cycle, I think I'm gonna go make some lunch. I'm gonna go warm up a bowl of turkey soup. Yo, what's up, Pinks? How about you? Just chilling. Getting my grind on. About to go make some lunch. Excited we're gonna get the new trial gear tomorrow so we can get a feel for it. See how tanky or squishy people are gonna be. And then start getting used to that. Yeah. Do you still think Awakened Maewa has an advantage in the 1v1? I remember at one point I feel like he said that. Show my add-ons? Yeah, sorry. I was distracted there. These are the add-ons I'm using. Took the FPS counter. This is what I use for grinding. Yeah, you should sign up. Even if you think you're going to lose first round, I mean, it's at least 20k crons. Just show up and lose. It used to, but it's hard to say now. Really depends on the standing damage. The lower the damage, the more Awakened Maewa is favored, probably, but a lot harder to pilot. What has changed? Was it because I know Suck got some minor changes. I can't remember if Awaken got any changes, but was there like a specific change that happened that slightly shifted the balance? I think that would be sick though if you ended up winning with the underdog spec. Artsy. Probably Gyao or whatever from Black Rose is probably the other guy, right? As strong as Awegu is, Awakened Megu, they're so linear in playstyle. Like, I've always found that when fighting Awegus on my stage. Although this was back when I still had Super Armor on Lightning Prison. But it always felt like it was a very... You see them move in, they approach close enough to do the block jump. After the block jump, they do the side R&B. And then that's also their test, if whether they could trade you or not. And if they can't trade you, then they just dive away. And they just do that on repeat. So as long as you pay attention to like that 5 or 6 second rhythm, they're never going to catch you. The slow change, the slow change. The slow change happened long before, though, we had this conversation, though. Slow's been nerfed quite a while. I remember that we first had this conversation back during the Heidel Ball, when they first mentioned the masterclass. And slows are already nerfed then. Slows are huge, though. That was one of the main reasons why Awakened Warrior had an advantage over Suck Warrior in the past, was because of the grave digging slow. I genuinely think Suck Warrior is the stronger spec in the 1v1, but I think, you know, most warriors are RPers and want that great sword. I don't know if Casito is still around, but he used to kick everybody's ass with Suck Warrior. And this was back when Awakened Warrior still had slows. That's the thing that's crazy to me too, is if they end up making it so like sages can't one combo each other, I can't even imagine what like the Warrior v Warrior or the Zerk v Zerk, Valk v Valk, what these matchups are going to look like, Striker v Striker, Mystic v Mystic. If the squishiest, highest damage class can't one combo each other, I can't imagine what these tanky or lower damage classes do. Yeah. I think it's a matter of patience with Awakened Meiwa, and you would know better than me. I'm just yapping, really. But, like, I don't think you have nearly as many stubs as Suck does, right? And that's kind of the biggest playstyle difference I see with Suck Meiwa, is you can legit just fucking play like a complete bitch and just throw stubs, throw stubs, throw stubs. Just waiting for somebody to slip up. Where I imagine Awakened stub, even if it has the stubs, they're probably slower or something. Yeah, that range presence is a lot more dangerous. I don't know how much damage the stubs do. Like, I don't know if they can kind of keep chipping your block and being annoying in that regard with it. Do they deal good damage? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that range presence is yeah. It's a big deal. Oh yeah, it definitely got nerfed earlier on. I don't know if it's necessarily bad now, but it's definitely not what it used to be. I mean, it used to be so good that there's a couple of memers that I know, they ran around with 3 Meiwas, calling themselves the Blicky Gang, and they would literally run around Arsha, and they would just chain stub people to death. Like 3 Meiwas, like fucking machine guns, ba 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 ba, killing people, calling themselves the Blicky Gang. Shit was hilarious. That was Cowboy, Suna, and fuck, I can't remember who the third one was with them. Honestly, it sounds hilarious. I should have fucking joined them on it. Okay, I am going to take a brief break. I'm going to go heat up a bowl of turkey soup, leftover turkey soup. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. It shouldn't take long to heat it up, chat. Oh, that was more of a battle than it should have been. So, went to go reheat the turkey soup, and I didn't realize my wife had mixed all the noodles in with the broth, with the rest of the soup. So I had to pick out a bunch of noodles, and then I go to put it in my bowl because I just heated it up in the pot, and it was too much. The bowl was filled right to the rims. So here I am trying to eat enough so I can carry my bowl downstairs. And then by the time the bowl's downstairs, or sorry, by the time I'm ready to bring it downstairs, now the bowl is fucking hot. So I'm trying to slowly come down the stairs with only like a half a centimeter of leeway between the soup and the rim of the bowl, trying not to spill hot soup. I made it, didn't spill it, but man, I really set up a pretty tragic situation if I fucked up. But I got my soup. And it's fucking delicious. Could have ended badly, yeah. Not only could have I burnt myself, I would have then had to make lunch and clean up a bowl of soup on a carpet. Yeah, would have went from bad to worse to worser. You want to see though? You want to see my soup? This is what I made yesterday. Where is it? I wonder if my camera's set up properly. Hurry up. Look at this. Oh, shit. Yo. I almost fucking, I almost just dumped it. Here, I'll show you a scoop of it. I like to chop up everything really fine. Little carrots, turkey, all that shit in there. It's a homemade turkey stock. Now I want chicken noodle soup? Yeah. Made with the carcass of the chicken. Or turkey, sorry. No bell peppers. Basically, a mirepoix of vegetables plus turkey. You try to find a wife like me? Sorry, my wife already tagged me. I'm taken. Very fortunate. Get to sit around, play games, stay at home, cook. Normally you have to be a bottom to be in this position. But not only do I get all this, I get to be the top too. It's certainly not my personality, so. I don't understand. Could you elaborate on what you're talking about? Cooking, obviously. Did your wife beat you up in the bathroom? She punched me one time, but it was completely accident. We were goofing around, and she did a fake swing at me, and then I did a little dodge, and I dodged into it. She hit me right in the face. She felt so bad. She felt so bad. She was like 90 pounds at the time, too. This was a long, long time ago. This was before we were married. We're just goofing around, and I was saying stupid shit like I always do. We're here for you. Yeah. That's why I stream with the cam off, so you guys can't see the black eyes. Oh, oh man. There's something about like a homemade turkey soup, man. It just like the second it's hitting your stomach, it just your soul is like fueling up. The black guys, no eyes, EYES. Jesus, Dragor. Grinder tracker. I forgot about that command. Ribs and a baked potato. Oh hell yeah! You know what I want to do? I have a really mean rib sauce recipe, and I've recently fell in love with gochujang. So I actually want to add. I want to try making that rib recipe, but just add like a tablespoon of gochujang to it. I bet that rib sauce will be elevated to the heavens. It's already so damn good. Every time I make those ribs for people, they're always like, "You need to enter rib competitions. These are so damn good." And I don't even smoke my ribs. So like, there's so many different ways that can elevate it. But I think that gochujang and that rib sauce, god damn. Brandy, no. That's actually a good idea though. A little bit of brandy, a little bit of gochujang. Get a little smoker to smoke my ribs. I legit think I could win competitions. Canadian barbecue? Yeah. Hey, Canadians can barbecue. Although most of the time when Canadians say barbecue, they're just referring to grilling. They're not referring to actual barbecue. They consider like just cooking over any type of flame barbecuing. Man, my nose is still fucked up though. Tells me all I need to know. Most Canadians are like that. I understand the difference though, okay? I'm different. I'm elite. I'm an elite Canadian. I'll be back. But yeah, definitely there's people out there that'll be like, "Hey, you want to come over for a barbecue?" You're like, "Hell yeah." And then you show up and they're just grilling some hot dogs on a gas grill. You're like, "Oh, I thought you meant actual barbecue." To them, like grilling and barbecuing is synonymous with each other. Oh my god, that turkey soup hit the fucking spot. I finished it up too. Next is going to be ham soup. I made a nice ham stock yesterday with the ham bone. And then on the weekend, the wife's going to make a nice ham soup. I already have the stock frozen now. Okay, how we doing? Oh, we're at 51. 149 more, and we're done with our heralds. We can start making that cheddar. So I feel like I get a solid amount of these every day as well. Like, I probably got like 2.5 bill worth of those today. Could be so nice once I could start selling them. Pretty commonly now? Yeah. More and more people are able to sell them. I should have been selling them a long time ago, but I have this desire to have all of these upgraded, so I actually still need 2 more, and then I could start selling them. But I should be finishing those this week. If I'm effectively getting like 30, 40 a day, now I need 150 more. Unless I get a full drop, I should be done in, what, 4 or 5 days? Yeah, Tenebrum has less heralds. But I think more of the other stuff, right? $8.19? Shit. You're getting there, though. I want either Pinks to win, or I want Neptunes to win the Meiwa. Because if Pinks wins, I think it'd be sick to see an Awakened Meiwa win. And I like Pinks. And if Neptunes wins, I know that man's never going to stop talking about it. He's going to, anytime he's fighting any Meiwa, he's going to fucking rub their nose in it, and all it's going to do is cause drama. So those are the 2 I'm rooting for. I want Girl to win, and Girl is Awakened. I don't know who Girl is. What is this thing you call Girl? Is Akari on May? I would imagine he would be. That is his main, right? He's definitely, if Pinks ain't taking it seriously, Akari's the one that's... And if Pinks goes on Suck, I think, yeah, like, that's most likely going to be the final showdown, is Akari versus Pinks. Does Akari still play? He does, yeah. He name changed. His name's like Koba or something right now. Koya, something like that. Veve beating everyone. I think Veve is definitely an underdog, but I think he's got the potential too. Siphon, yeah. There's as much as you want to give the advantage to certain Meiwas, I think it's close enough, especially in a best of 3, that it could go any way. We could see Pinks and Akari get eliminated early on. Well, it's probably going to depend on the matchup, Renetics. There's a pretty big shift in tankiness and damage output from class to class. I think there's a good chance that tanky classes that do lower damage are going to be immortal. And squishy classes will... You know, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We get the patch tomorrow. We'll see the new trial gear. Yeah, what about Awakened DK versus Suck DK? I think Beryllium's signing up as DK. I've been seeing him practice a lot on it. I imagine if he was planning on signing up as Awakened Sage, he would have went crazy with that instead, but... From what I understand, that's a very one-sided matchup. Some people were even saying it's even more one-sided than Suck Sage into Awaken Sages. And that fucking speaks volumes. Ducklon beat the Awakens? Yeah. Those freaking 360-degree grab enjoyers. I know it's not 360-degree, but it might as well fucking be. Those rats. Yeah. Oh, they'll definitely most likely be able to one combo each other. That's another matchup where you have two really high damage and squishy classes, so just think about it. If DKs can't blow each other up, if Sages can't blow each other up, then, like, what does that mean for the actual tanky low damage classes? They're never killing each other. Yeah, Zerlia plays Suck as well. He always has. I want to see some of these underdogs pull through. I wonder what HP's going on. I would imagine Dosa. Yeah. Ham, I don't know if I've ever seen Ham do anything 1v1 though. He's always been more of a large scale guy, right? My armor goes today. I get to compete. If not, GG. Well, if not, swipey swipey. All you need is one accessory to go. Surely you have Dawnstones laying around from Rifts. You just gotta get the crons, right? You hope it fails? That's fucked up, Pinks. Holy. Just for that, Dragor, you need to sign up as Maewa, awaken Maewa, and take out Pink's first round. I wouldn't take that attitude. You know what they should do? They should get Frosty to cast it. I know they got Armin coming out there. They should get Frosty out there too. What a surprise that'd be, all of a sudden Frosty's there. Yeah, we haven't seen Frosty in a hot minute. Frosty not allowed to leave the house? He's on house arrest, huh? He's got a 2-year-old hanging from his ankle instead of an ankle bracelet. Or has it been 2 years? It's had to have been a year now, right? Is Frosty still playing? He probably plays occasionally in his free time, but yeah, he's super busy in daddy mode. In January. Oh shit, so coming up to a year then. Yeah, I'm so sad Frosty was out of commission during a lot of these class changes that happened, because Frosty was like the best entertainment for that, because he's pretty good at staying objective about classes, and it didn't matter what class got changes. Frosty would give his opinion on it, whether it was good or bad, and people would lose their fucking minds from that class Discord. You could probably go to any class Discord in this game and search for Frosty's name, and you'll hear people talking about how he shouldn't be talking about their class and how he doesn't know shit. It was always content. Good for new classes and changes, yeah. Yeah, I miss Frosty. He had good streams. Yeah, I think I've seen him around. Not the worst. What are the life skilling clothes doing anyways? Oh, they've been slowly climbing back up, huh? Not those ones. Not those ones. I bought so many of these, like, under 30 bill. You were right, and that was easy? What's that? Yeah, look at that. You can go like any class Discord, because Frosty would always comment on every class, and he'd be like, yeah, those nerfs are good, or those buffs are bad, or those buffs are good, those nerfs are bad. And no matter what, he would ruffle feathers in some Discord. One tamer? Mamo? There's no way Mamo doesn't show up. There's some other tamers I could see showing up, though. There's also Len. I don't think he mains our server, though. There's obviously Mamo. This is an EU guy, if I remember correctly. I can't remember if Len is EU. I've seen him around for a long time. Emma Watson, Cade. I feel like these guys have been tamers for a long time. Len is US? Okay, I could see him showing up then. There is that guy in Family right now that's been playing a ton of Maywa. He used to play Zerk. Oh, they don't have the gear? That's right. Yeah, I never see them open world, so they don't have the gear. Oh, shit. Maybe, yo, he used to stream. Why the fuck can't I remember his fucking name? Maybe he'll sign up. Stubborn, yeah. Maybe Stubborn will show up. He probably has the gear. He's been playing lots of that shit. Gunrocks? I don't know if he has the gear. God, why can't I fucking remember his stream name? But maybe he'll show up. Kerr, thank you. Yeah, Kerr. Choice is slowly becoming the new Frosty, yeah. Like every class Discord, I swear there's people who are like that just don't like Frosty's opinions on their class. And the people who complain like that don't see the irony of them going back to the echo chamber of their class and complaining about someone else's opinions and outsiders' opinions of their class. They do not see the irony in that. And that doesn't mean everything Frosty says is right, but class, people who have only ever played one class and never deviated, they don't know what they don't know, you know? They feel like they know, but they don't know what they don't know, so they don't know what they don't know. So they think they have, like, the most based takes on everything. Like, grab classes having their grabs nerfed. I think this is a good example to draw a comparison, right? There are a lot of grab classes who now are like, I don't know how I catch some of these classes. It's impossible. They're damn near impossible to grab. It's like, okay, true. It is way, way harder to grab them than it was before. But think about how non-grab classes felt. They never had that option. What happened to grabs? They added a wind-up to all grabs. Some grabs were absolutely instant first frame. You could turn them with your camera. You could turn them with mouse to move because they had grab windows. Now it's a fixed direction. There's a 0.3 second wind-up on melee grabs, up to a 0.7 on ranged grabs. So fast-moving classes are significantly more difficult to grab. Ironically, though, grabs are harder to punish now. You accidentally punish a grab. Like back in the day when a warrior tried to throw a grab at me, they had an unprotected fail animation. So it was pretty... Most of the time, I would catch a warrior because they tried to grab. Now, that's still the case, but it's so much less now because, like, the thing about the grab being unprotected on attempt but protected on fail is in order to punish the attempt, you have to dodge the attempt. And by the time you've dodged the attempt, they're already in the protected fail animation, and you can't punish that. What they should have done was made the attempt super armor and made the fail unprotected. Because then, you dodge the attempt, and if they succeed it, you're grabbed anyways, right? So it doesn't matter. But if they fail, you can punish them for failing. That's how it should have been. It makes so much more sense. But now, you just keep throwing CCs, just praying that they attempt as you're CCing. It's not something where you can dodge it and then punish them for attempting. Funny they say that. What's this? Choices head on Frosty. Yo, damn, he growing hair. Seems like a band-aid. I mean, in general, it was a good change. But people don't realize why grabs keep feeling more and more potent. People don't realize that back in the day, there was no CC cap. Zerkers could literally grab you forever. And grabs were on 7-second cooldowns. Some grabs were fully protected from beginning to end. Objectively, grabs are the weakest they've ever been. But they feel more mandatory than ever. And the solution obviously becomes, no, we don't need to keep nerfing grabs because grabs are more mandatory. Grabs are more mandatory than ever because everybody is so fucking protected. That's why grabs feel so mandatory, right? Yo, Armin with that big fat raid making me watch myself on my side monitor, you bastard. Now I'm gonna have to find someone else to watch. Oh wait, we got Chunk streaming. I didn't even realize that. I'll throw him on my side monitor. Yo, I appreciate it. I'm happy to hear that you're casting it. I was actually just saying that they should bring Frosty out of retirement and get him there on the desk with you. I think people would be happy to see Frosty. It's been almost a year. Although, maybe they need some comedic relief. Maybe they need Norelio yelling on the side. Some nonsense. Because they normally have two out of office casters and then probably Etsu there with you or somebody, right? Armin in blue? Oh my god. The cast with Vert since we ran the OG cast? Yeah, it'd be cool to have Vert there too. Vert seems a little disconnected from BDO recently. I don't know if it was the suck nerfs or what, but he definitely seems to be losing a bit of love for it. Steve baked out of his mind? Yeah. I think Steve would just be giggling the whole time. I don't think he'd really say much. He'd be just laughing. Cadge? There's no way. I don't even know if Cadge is allowed on an airplane. There's no way they're going to put him on the face of their tournament. The shit that comes out of that guy's mouth sometimes. I could see Cadge stopping at his favorite fast food chain for a helmet before his flight. He catches me as that kind of guy. Yeah. Who could they pair up with Armin? Armin probably already knows. He probably just can't say. Ron J? Ron would be funny. Ron cracks me up. I think Ron would be a good fit. I'm excited though. I'm really happy that this tournament is happening on a Saturday, Sunday. Right now my Saturdays are completely open too, so I don't even care if I end up getting eliminated first round. I was actually saying earlier, I hope I square up against Kelb first round. Get that shit out of the way. I think fighting him in a best of 3 is the better opportunity. Because typically he and I, at least the last time we fought, he probably rinsed me now because I have actually been just in grind mode where he's actually been PvPing. But the last time we fought, it was like 60-40 in his favor. So best of 3, all I got to do is win 2, baby. 2 back-to-backs. Where if that shit goes to, the finals are probably best in 5. That reduces my chances. Hop in on the AOS customs? Yeah. Well, I want to hit the dojo and do a lot of practice, but I've been waiting for the new trial gear to come out so I can get an idea of like how tanky we're going to be. Yeah. The problem is most of the time you guys are doing that shit like late in the evenings, and by then like I'm hanging out with the family in the evenings. I don't get a ton of time to play in the evenings. Last night I got time to do a couple just like random practice queues with Divios and Aurelio. It's fun as long as Armin isn't on his 32 Hoom build. That's alright. Awakened Sage with 2 Elcars, we don't care about 32 Hooms. Now if he brings 33, then we're cooked. Yeah, the new AOS starts tomorrow, eh? I actually plan on playing this season. I'm not going to have a ton of time, but I think I should be able to get in like maybe 100, 200 games. Somewhere between there. So, tomorrow, isn't it? Isn't it next week? Oh, well, when people say next week, I always assume that their weeks operate the same as mine from Thursday to Thursday. To me, patch day is my Monday. God, I'm such a BDO loser. Okay, so if it's next week, then we have another whole week. I wish they would just do one cap, though. I don't understand why they don't just convert all capped content to just Solaire gear. I feel like it would make their lives so much easier. It'd be so much more consistent across, like, for new players to understand, right? There'd be just 2 sets of gear, capped and uncapped. I feel like PA is really good at making things unnecessarily complicated for themselves. I can't wait to see what exciting and totally unnecessary change they make for AOS this season. I can't wait for Dukes to grab Divios by his tail, lift it up, and stick a whole ass fist up in his ass and pull his heart out of his anus. That is the timeline I want to live in. Bring back an old man with new bugs? Wait, what do you mean? An old map. Oh, okay. That makes so much more sense. I was like, is he talking about me? What is he talking about? Did I bug something? Why would old man mean me? Because every time anybody talks about old man, they're always talking about me. You guys have conditioned me. And I don't even feel old. Sure, I'm 40. How old am I? 41? God, I guess it's bad when you don't even know your own age. You gotta look at a calendar and do the math. Dukes and Divios and Duke's head already. It's cooked, yeah. Yeah, true.
God_damn_.
Crazy to think though, my daughter's turning 13 in January. 10 years from now, fuck. She could be 23. Or she will be 23, and you never know, by then she could be married, right? I could be a grandpa in 10 years. It's actually crazy to fucking think of. Oh my god, that makes me feel old now. Actually, she'll be 13, I'll be 42. It's actually crazy to think, though, that my oldest daughter's about to be a teenager. I'm in so much trouble when my wife's gonna be menopausing, my daughters are gonna be freaking PMSing, teenagers, hormonal teenagers. I think me and the dog are just gonna go on like a 10-year vacation. I think we're out of milk. What's this? What's this, Menzies? Why would you clip that? He's a shy man? Oh, goddamn. My new boyfriend says he plays the same game as you and he's a shy man. I'll be like, couldn't you have done something better, like a drug dealer or something? With another clip of Zethian? Oh god, what's this clip? Oh god, this one. What was the context of that? I wish we could see the chat history. Oh, you kidding me? My wife hears all the stupid shit I say. That's part of the reason why I don't stream late at night anymore. Because my office down here is actually right under our bedroom. And there were times in the past when I did stream in the evenings. All of a sudden I'd get a message on my phone. Could you shut the fuck up down there? I'm trying to sleep. I haven't had the camera on in a while, though, huh? Maybe I should stream with the camera on. What do you think, chat? How you guys doing today? Okay, never mind. Camera gone. Thanks, Menzies. You fucking ruined it just that quick. How's our fitness stats doing anyways? Ooh, we're getting close to 49 breath. I don't know if there's anybody out there with level 50 breath yet. The spots sometimes bug out, unfortunately. Don't know what causes it. It's ridiculous that PA hasn't fixed it yet, considering this shit's been out for over a month. That's why some people use Marnie's Realm, because I guess it doesn't break in Marnie's Realm, because it like creates a fresh grind spot for you every time you start. So you don't have to worry about someone else bugging it out, and if it does bug out, then you know, you just close it and open a new one every hour. If we have decent luck with our taps this week, though, tomorrow, then there's a chance we get selected for the Tenebrom fight this week. Maybe we get to go pull the Dragon's heart out of his ass ourselves. I'm not gonna lie, the Tenebrom crown probably look real sick on Sage. because it comes equipped with glowing eyes, and I'm pretty sure you can still wear the Sage glowing eyes with it, so you could probably double up on the glowing eyes. I guess I'm sure Divios does have Eyes of the Wise. I don't know if he tested that. How did Choice's armor enhancements go last week, too? The last time he and I both got into a fight was when we were both just, like, at the peak of Orbita before we moved on to Tenebrum. No. No, you don't need to put it on your trial. I don't even know. I don't even think you can you? But no, you just have to apply on your trial character. And then buy that with any character. I fucking hope so. Could you imagine if I end up not getting in because it's some fucking nonsense? It should have sent a confirmation once you signed up. Should have been like... Yeah. Good shit. Oh, excuse me. Is it top one most popular stream video? What? Mine? No, no. Maybe right now. Choices. I got a big old raid from Armin, who got a big old raid from Biseptimus. But like, if we were just both starting from scratch, Choice is definitely a bigger streamer than myself. Biseptimus bigger, Rapolus bigger. I don't know. Am I number 4? Maybe I am number 4. Those three are definitely more popular than me. There's probably some others out there too that I'm not thinking of right now. Oh, Janae. Ellie, yeah. Ellie seems to be taking a bit of a break from BDO the last like week or so. She's been enjoying Blue Protocol. You've been passed around the BDO category like a cheap hoe today? Hey, what makes you think you're cheap? You may be a hoe, but nobody ever said you were cheap. People are just trying to get bang for their buck. Because you're a premium. So if I put my gear in the Clorence travel bag before the patch, the game will count me as having 0 gear score and lock me out of Masterclass, right? Or you could just not sign up if you don't want to be in Masterclass. You don't have to go through all those steps to not do Masterclass. You could just not do it. I still haven't managed to get a full freaking crystal from these things. What the hell? Yo, what's up, magician? Magician. You're not trying to skip it? I just use the travel bag a lot. They probably already have you registered if you're already signed up. They probably just check your gear. Probably checks your gear when you buy it or something. Yeah, depending on the time of the day. Like, I think the number one, like the most popular BDO streamer, probably would be either Choice or Biseptimus, and it would probably depend on the time of day. If they both started fresh, no hosts in the morning, I think Biseptimus would be ahead, and if they both started fresh in the evenings, then Choice would be ahead. Oh yeah, I guess Blue Squadron's in there too. Why am I forgetting him? He's obviously bigger than I am now too. Doesn't seem like he's been streaming as much lately either, huh? I feel like I haven't seen him around nearly as much. Working on another project? Ah, gotcha. Top 5% PvPer himself. The reality is, though, if you're talking of the overall player base, hate it, love them or hate them, it's true. There's a ton of people in this game who don't PvP at all. But if you're talking amongst the actual PvPers, then yeah, it's a hilarious statement. 8x, okay. Archive's pretty chill too. Yeah, he's been just getting into it. There's a lot of really good streamers in the category, and I definitely suggest all of you guys don't just linger at the top of the category. go through. There's some real treasures in there. Like, I don't understand. Maybe it's a lack of consistency from YoFan Steve, but he cracks me up. I find Steve so entertaining, and he's so chill, too. I think that man deserves way more views than he gets, but I think it's just a lack of consistency for him. Yeah, that's true. He's doing well within the context of streaming. There's like for every streamer with 200 views, there's probably 1,000 that are under 10 views. So yeah, doing 200 views is pretty solid. When I'm like chilling here, getting without raids, I'm typically getting anywhere between 400 to 600, depending who's live. I'm so grateful for that. I don't understand it. I sit here, I do my circles. I don't think I have an entertaining personality. I think I say some shit that sometimes maybe you guys laugh at, but I think there's people up there who are genuinely more consistently entertaining, informative, or skilled. But you guys still choose to come here and hang out with me, and I'm so appreciative of that. You don't? We're here for drops? Yeah. I mean, there's other people. You guys could be going to choice for drops right now, too, though. That man's way more informative than me. I just get all crotchety. If I have two people ask the same question in a short period, I lose my shit. Yo, what's up, scum? I was rated here? Yeah. You can say that, but I remember seeing your name in my chat before anybody rated me, Kelb. We all turn into Squidward? Yo, do I need to learn how to play the clarinet? I'm just here so I don't get fined. Wait, what? Wait, somebody handing out tickets? How did I get to this channel? Yeah. Somebody hit you with that chloroform, dragged you in here. Yo, microphone. We were just saying how PA should fly you down there so you can cast the tournament with Armin. Hey, you could be one of the shoutcasters. What do you think? Would you do it? $100%? Yeah. Actually, I guess they would fly you for the EU fights. They wouldn't said bring you to NA. You'd do it for free? Yeah. So, Kaj, who do you think your stiffest competition is? Do you think you have an advantage over all those other sages on EU? Or do you think there's some tough fights out of you? Because you're obviously the guy that's known to be the best Awakened Sage in the world. You've consistently, every season, performed. You think you're going to lose? The Awakened Sage matchup, I think, could actually go any direction. Even the best sages. Like, a round can flip on a dime so quickly. Dragor, don't be jealous, okay? You're just looking like a jealous hoe right now. Don't be mad about him, because the only thing people refer to you as is the Temu version of any other player. No, Dracul from Temu. And even that might be a little too generous. It's funny, before this recent season, so many people were sleeping on Kelb. I kept telling everybody. Everybody was so focused on Kirby, and I kept telling everybody, you gotta watch that Kelb guy. He doesn't play every season, but the seasons that he has played, he fucking performs. And it just took one season. Now they know. Now they know! Yeah. It's because you didn't play every season, Kelb. And the seasons that you did play, people thought you were a curvy ult. Yeah, Kirby came from console with Pinks and, oh my god, why can't I remember the other guy's fucking name? He was an absolutely sick Zert. Kobe! There we go, thank you. Yeah, they came from console, and then they ended up winning. They got their names on the map in Armin's player run tournament. They ended up winning it. Yeah. And the main difference, the main advantage that you had if you were mouse and keyboard was click to move. But now that click to move is removed, I think the capabilities of a controller player is just as high as a mouse and keyboard player. I think the differences are so minor now. Click to move, like specifically Awaken Zerk, was the biggest thing. You were an ultra-aggressive grabber? Yeah. I actually... So, my latency for the longest time, because the servers were on the West Coast, my grab was so terribly inconsistent that I actually just got used to not using it nearly as much. Unless it was something that I very clearly could grab. So, I got used to just not using grab, keeping it on the table to make people stressed. So I definitely think the grabs nerf benefited me a bit in that regard. Because I was a lot less grab reliant. Yeah, in the cases where you gotta maybe like do like a 180 flick to try to stay on top of somebody, mouse and keyboard I imagine still has the advantage. Flipping yourself 180 degrees, I imagine, is... Either you have your sensitivity crazy high where you can do that well, but then those fine-tuning adjustments are more difficult. But I imagine, I mean, it's another one of those things that if you get used to it, right? There's some people where, like, they move their mouse 1 centimeter on their desk and they've done a fucking 1080. And they're just used to that. So I imagine you could probably do the same thing with controller. You have the sensitivity so high, but you're so good at just doing those really micro adjustments. $21,000 DPI? Oh my god. You're probably flicking your mouse and your character reaches all the way around the world and grabs his own ass. What the hell is that DPI? $21,000, holy fuck. pretty sure my mouse is set to like 3K. See, the way I see it is I take a look at my arm as like different actuation points. I have my wrist for minor, I have my elbow for faster movements, and then I have the shoulder for like super crazy turning. So I have like 3 built-in speeds to my mouse by just using either the wrist, the elbow, or the shoulder. I don't need a mouse to be locked at 20,000. My shoulder's demonic? Yeah. Yeah, I don't even think I have any mouse software. I have my Logitech mouse stores its settings in the mouse, so I don't have to keep the software installed. But I'm pretty sure it's somewhere between 2 to 3K as well. I don't know why 2.2K actually rings a bell. Maybe I'm at that same. Maybe 2.5. Like, let's see. With my wrist, if I go all the way from left to all the way to right, I do like a, what is that? That's like a 360 almost perfectly with my wrist. All the way from left, all the way to right. And comfortable too, right? Like I'm not at the limit of left to the limit of right. I'm at like comfortable left to comfortable right, but the full rotation. And that's 360. And then if I do the elbow, it's probably like a fucking 1080. And then if I do the shoulder, then it's probably like an absurd amount of turns. You just turn around IRL, shit. Can you still play in third person in VR? I want to hop on my Guardian, put the camera down real low, zoom in, maybe not that low, play my Guardian right like this. Get that smell-o-vision going. Ah. Man, I'm really excited about that belt, though, on PoE. I'm gonna get that set up. I'm gonna replace my charm. Try to find a good version of that belt. Ingenuity, yeah. I had that happen before, back on Warrior a long time ago. There was myself and this other warrior named Trey. We both had pretty high latency and we were fighting each other. I think he had reasonably high latency. Maybe it was just me. Anyways, there was one time where I was in my grab animation with him in my hands, and then I was in his grab animation in his hands. It was such this obnoxious looking thing, we both fucking burst out laughing. I hope Trey's doing good. I haven't seen that man in a hot minute. He was actually the warrior goat. He wouldn't admit it because he was super humble, but he was actually, I would argue he was better than Hans, because he was more consistent. But that also might have been because Hans tried to be more flashy. Hey, Kaj, if I got my EU trial character all set up, would you be down to fuck around a little bit? I would be interested in actually dueling with you a bit. Probably get completely and absolutely frustrated with having 150 millisecond latency again, but maybe it'd be a fun thing to fuck around with. Part of me tells me Kelb's probably still around. Part of me is like, maybe I shouldn't duel Kelb, because he's obviously the better Sage player, and he's more likely to read my movement than I am to read his. Maybe I have a better advantage if I force him to go into that fight against me blind. Trials don't have journals or fairy. Yeah. Well, I know some good EU Sage or NA Sages that aren't signing up, so I think they'd be good to duel with as well. Divios is super hardcore like that too. I know he won't fight anybody that he knows he might have a chance of fighting in the tournament, because he wants to go into it completely blind. He wants them to go into fighting him completely blind. Well, one of them's named Joe, another one's named Alrundi, the other one's name is Goblin, another one's name is Dragon, another one named CDs. Do you need me to tell you the last name of all those guys? Yeah, go for it. Okay, where did I start again? Goblin D's nuts, Dragon D's nuts, Elrond D's nuts. They're all related, actually. Bopa D's nuts, that's right. Yeah, forgot about him. I'm sure he'll reach out. He's always hanging around. God, I'm such a dumbass. I think Leckershen's the wild card for us. He got that high latency. Ain't nobody fought in him a while. I saw you ask him if he wanted to do some duels, and he's like, no thank you. I feel like he's got something cooking up his sleeve. Yeah, like Krishan, he'd been all over the world. He did play on NA from KR for a while. Now I think he is he in EU? I can't remember, but he's played in NA from all over the world. His work makes him travel, so he'll spend a year playing from one region, then a year playing from another region. Haven't seen Justin around either. He hasn't even been streaming a whole lot, and when he has been streaming, he's been streaming other games. I don't even know if he's signing up at this point, or maybe he's just been hitting that dojo off stream like crazy. Maybe he's gonna come in like a fucking unit. Kind of nice starting my stream a little bit earlier today. What do you guys think? Maybe I should do this more often. The only thing is there's no little AFK startup, but like an hour into my stream there is a little AFK. I don't know. Maybe I should just get my ass out of bed a bit earlier. Yeah, I'll be right back. Yo, what's up, Hallis? Dead or alive? When? Probably in the evening. What happened to your account? Why can't you get in? Oh. Yeah, I recently swapped over. I used to use Authy for my authenticator. And I recently swapped to Google because I was like, if for some reason Authy ever stops working or whatnot, Google I at least know it's going to be around. And now I have anything that uses Authenticator, just going straight through Google Authenticator on my phone. I also have a backup phone on my desk too that has the, actually I don't think I have the Google Authenticator on it. I should charge it up and get it on there too. But I have a backup phone on my desk, my old phone. So if for some reason I ever lose my main phone, I have that phone as a backup for the Authenticator. I wonder if I can hook up an authenticator to my password wallet too. I imagine I could. That seems like it just makes sense. Then I never have to worry about. Because that's the biggest thing that concerns me now. With my password wallet, no, I don't use Google. But with my password wallet, if I ever, if somebody were ever to get access to that, then they have like every single, not only every single password I have, but also it's basically a list of everything I use too, right? Does Google have its own password wallet though? Google Wallet? I thought Google Wallet was just a way to pay money. I'm talking about like a password wallet, like LastPass, right? Something that you store all of your passwords in. They could be randomly gibberish, but it'll automatically fill in as long as you have access to your master password for the wallet. LastPass has a password generator too, so like all my passwords are random combinations of letters, numbers, and special characters, so there ain't no way you're guessing it. Yeah, some people still do Crown Prince. It's a lot easier than it used to be, but still one of the more challenging bosses. I've actually still never done it once. You only get one extra thing a week, though, right? I guess your whole team could do it on ults and do it like 5 times a week. Which I guess would cut the time in half. reminds me, I haven't collected my Twitch drops in a while. I think there's some pretty banging ones going right now too, right? Until Halloween? I think I saw something like that on Choice's stream. There we go. I'll keep clearing it out every AFK phase. The one's 1,000% ins tonight. Oh man, I love that too. Yeah. What an era, eh? The end of an era. Item drop rarity scrolls. What do you mean? I have them right here. Right now we have a plus 100% event, so you don't need to pop anything extra beyond a loot scroll. Damn. Drops are much better now. They're really trying to get more sharps into the market, huh? Oh, 100 mil gold bar. Another 100 mil bar.
Tequila may not fix your life, but it's worth a shot.
True. What a voice to deliver that with, too. That makes it seem like such a good idea. God, Morgan Freeman can make anything sound good.
Guys, I'm shaking, I'm fucking shaking. I never wanted to breed with anyone more than I want to with Savior. That perfect, curvy body. Those bountiful breasts. The childbearing hips of a literal goddess. It honestly fucking hurts knowing that I'll never mate with her, pass my genes through her, and have her birth a set of perfect offspring. I'd do fucking anything for the chance to get Savior pregnant. ANYTHING.
I hope Savior comes out with a wiener, and you have to deal with all these messages you've sent. I hope she ends up with just an absolute massive fucking dong dragging between her legs as she swings that sword. And you have to live with all of these messages you've typed. Why do you think that would stop me? True. I shouldn't assume. You're right. You might be into that. That would be even better, yeah. You want her to pass her genes through you, I guess. Maybe PA should be paying me for these ideas. No wonder why PA planted this Pearl Abyss bot in my chat. They're stealing all my ideas.
What has 5 toes and isn't your foot?
My foot. I definitely didn't just read that.
My foot.
Heard a ping from somewhere, but I can't find it. I hate with my Discord pings. I should be grinding to make this tourney, but fuck, who does that, you know? You know what the crazy thing is, Dragor? In the last 2 days, 3 days, you probably could have grinded enough silver to at least do a few clicks on one of your accessories. Was it an ping, was it? Oh shit, I'm on the wrong channel. Ah. I forgot that it's the time of the month. It's the middle of the month. This is the day where we all spit roast the dragon. Thank goodness they put out a ping for it, so I actually remembered. I would have forgot to show up. Yep, sign-ups end tonight at maintenance, so today's the last day to get your last gear score you need and sign up, you guys, don't forget. 1,350 crons a swing. Yeah, like, that's legit. You could do a click every 2 hours. You could probably do 2 clicks every 3 hours. What's the gear score for that? Spit roasting the dragon or the tournament? I'm pretty sure the gear requirement for is like 810. So I guess that's the same as the tournament. already 2 o'clock, huh? I think I'm gonna make some pasta for dinner tonight. Oops. Not putting you on the front page, on your front page. So if you go to Black Desert, in the top right-hand corner, like if you go to the Black Desert category, in the top right-hand corner, it says sort by. And like sometimes it'll have recommended for you, and it's just a random order. I just have mine always sorted from high to low. I like from high to low the best because you see like changes in what's going on in the community at the time. People obviously love watching specific things and more interesting things, right? You'll see viewership spike in channels, knowing you kind of giving you a heads up, hey, tune into this streamer because there might be something interesting going on. Yeah, I played PoE 1. PoE 1 was actually the first game I ever streamed when it first came out. By the way, Vortex, I just looked at that sheet that you linked. I didn't even see you linked that earlier. I just went through it and it didn't really teach me anything I didn't already know. But definitely could be an interesting read for people who don't understand that stuff.
Yesterday, I bought a map and a dart. When I came home, I told my wife, throw this and wherever the dart lands, I'm taking you on a holiday. Turns out we spend the next 3 weeks behind the fridge.
Huh. No, I'm more into PoE 2. Kind of too much going on with BDO right now, too. With AOS starting up soon in the masterclass, I'm going to be trying to stay a little bit more focused on that. And then by the time that's done, we'll be getting pretty close to the Heidel Ball. Or sorry, Calpheon Ball. Well, looks like this is gonna be our last cycle, and then I gotta get ready to pick up my daughters. There we go, not too bad today. We got like 50 heralds, so yeah, that's like 2.5 bill worth of those. It'd be nice once we could start selling those every day too. The hell? I saw the horse on the map coming towards me, but I didn't see the horse. I think my horse turned into a tremor. Good movie? Yeah, movies, yeah. Hey, who's following me? This Slash Sling Singer. God, I love this horse so goddamn much. Well, chat, I'm going to head out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm about to be a dummy hitting dummies. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me today. We will be back tomorrow. Same Sage time, same Sage channel. Yeah, I saw that. Doesn't really change anything. Who we gonna raid? Who we gonna raid? Maybe I'll send you guys over to C-Zane. I feel like I haven't raided him in a while. EU grind? Huh? What is he doing? Thanks for the stream. No, thank you for watching. I appreciate you guys so much. Hope you all have a wonderful day. If you do your clicks tonight, good luck, Dragor. I hope you hit your enhancement. I hope you don't get fucked. I hope all of you guys hit your enhancements tonight on your armors. Tomorrow we'll be doing our 4 clicks. Find out if we get absolutely hosed again or if maybe this is the turnaround. But I appreciate you all. Thanks for hanging out. Much love to you all. And we'll catch you later.